Good morning. Today is the first ever Trial Junkie live stream of a trial. Super excited to do it. Hopefully, we get some people in here soon. John Robine will be joining us shortly. And as we get a few more people in, I will kind of walk us through the overview of the case. And then the trial should be getting started in about 20 minutes from now. Thanks so much. Point up live stream of the case just to make sure we don't miss anything, and we'll get started. But I'm going to pull it up a different way. 1 second here. All right, we have the trial up and running. Just seeing commentary now. Again, we should be starting in about 15 minutes, maybe 10. We have exactly 0 people in, so I'm not going to start yet. And it looks like they're getting started, and John is here.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
John, doing well. How are you?
I'm doing
Looks like we're
okay.
already getting started.
All right.
It looks like the trial might they are judges are already at the bench, so I'm going to get us up.
Okay.
I already made lovely rookie mistake of creating streams and then deleting the wrong one. So
Well, it happens.
it's
I keep
somewhere.
I keep getting emails that StreamYard wants more of my money.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and that's where the mistake came in, and it just didn't work.
Yeah. I have to go back and clear out some of the backlog.
Yeah. Volume.
Are you getting lag, or is that on my end?
I'm lag, and I think it's on my end.
Okay.
I tested a lot last night. I don't know. I don't know why it's doing it to me now, but hopefully we'll be better in a second here.
All right. No worries. So I did look into this. This should be interesting.
I'm having all kinds of fun here. I just got kicked out.
Oh well.
We get it up.
Hey, happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
You may have noticed I've had a weekend of unfortunate events, so it happens.
Saw a few things on.
Um, Cole, so Night of Needs telling me that you don't have chat enabled.
Oh, great.
Which I don't exactly know how any of that works, because for me it just sort of tends to work out of the box.
Fucking. Oh my god, why am I getting late?
Someone's saying there's some sort of a child lock. Let me see what we got going.
It's
see. Let me see. If you want, while you're figuring that out, if you give me presentation privilege, I can pull up the raw feed.
What's that?
If you want, while you're figuring out kind of the technical stuff, if you give me presentation privileges, I can pull up the raw feed, so at least there's something going.
Say again.
If you give me presentation privileges, I can run the raw
I
feed
heard
while you
if you
figure
want.
things out. Let's see. Close you.
In this case has not been pervasive, has not been prejudicial, and has not been inflammatory. The law does not require that jurors be completely blind to the fact that insolvents occurred, merely that they be fair, and that's what our panel showed that they are going to be able to do. So we would ask the court deny the change of venue motion on that first prejudice of the media prong. In regard to the dangerous combination, which was raised in the supplemental bench brief, the Reyes case, that we cited in our bench brief, is strikingly similar to the facts of this case and demonstrates that in order to justify a change of venue based on a dangerous combination, it's not just that community leaders spoke out about the case or maybe even spoke to each other about the case. It really, the defense has a heavy burden again to show a coercive force that could influence the proceedings and the right to a fair trial. When comments of community leaders are made in the immediate aftermath of the offense, it is not likely that they are actually going to keep a fair trial, and that's what happened in this case. Again, like the Ricer case, community leaders spoke out about the offense, but there's no evidence of how those comments by the community leaders influenced the community as a whole, and as was demonstrated during Winter and being selected during this case, there's no evidence that it influenced the right to a fair trial. So we ask that the court
This would be worth it. It's the chat. Just the change of venue argument.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a fair point. I mean, after the Breonna Taylor case, there's an argument to be made that it'd be very difficult to get a fair trial in the same jurisdiction.
Yep, 100% agree. The thing is, though, I think they've made filed the motion a couple times and been denied a couple times.
Yeah, I don't think anyone necessarily wants to be the judge that is seen to let the cop off the hook, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, and fun part of that is this is the second judge.
Oh,
The first one was removed.
good. Was it recusal or was actually removed?
It was actual removal for bias.
Interesting.
Let's see if this gets us our chat.
The latency seems to be better, at least. Oh, here we go. Looks like you might actually have chat.
We got chat, yay! Somehow I put a child restriction on it.
Yeah, I
I'm learning.
had never seen that before.
Welcome to chat, everybody. Sorry about that.
And then the only other thing is I don't think audio is on for the video.
Oh, well, that sucks. Let me try to reshare. Hopefully we don't see the latency again.
Oh, good. My first stream was an absolute disaster, so I get it. Yeah, the joys of modern technology.
Right now? Okay. Can you hear it now?
Yeah, I can hear it. The lag's back a little bit, but I can hear it.
Is it just low?
I just think there's lag coming in on your end.
That sucks.
Oh, that's an idea. If you turn down the frame rate, that might help.
On Monday and say, okay, if Dr. Galusha testified to you, they may be telling the truth.
Oh.
They haven't heard anything about the case. But psychologically, if they're members of this jury, they're deliberating on the case. According to the studies that Dr. Galusha presented, those facts begin to
Thanks for the help, everybody.
Out of their subconscious and enter into the facts that they heard in pre-trial publicity take precedent over the facts they hear at trial. It's a first in, first out.
The alternative, what you can do is you see at the bottom of your screen. Sorry, give me 1 second. I have to take this.
Hear later on, and then they pretrial publicity,
Yep.
and then use that during their deliberation. And as I mentioned earlier, heard pretrial and not. So just like we have a fair juror or a jury seated in this case does not mean we have a fair jury. This case has been permeated with publicity, inaccurate publicity, inflammatory publicity.
And one more thing, guys. I'll bring it right back up. Sorry.
Throughout the trial to the jury. It's a set. Are there other matters we need to take up? The jury is present. Is there any?
The state would just like to put on the record that the court doors were open 8:30, I believe, 8:30, and at the door, anyone that stood in line to come in, public gallery, court, and the court is audio and video piped into.
There's a courtroom next door that is, excuse me, receiving a live. It is open to the public. In addition to that, there's a second courtroom.
Bottom right of the corner.
Media, for the media folks. It's also open to the public, but it looks like mission control and use.
So it's 2 extra courtrooms for the public to enter courtrooms for purposes. Full 36 code, sisters, brothers, allow them in and sit and watch the trial, even though they test defense that both would not be an agreement defense for all of the defense. I believe mother and father and sister to be excluded.
Is that correct?
Quality 360.
The last thing is the state motion in limine on the toxicology results of Atatiana Jefferson. At this point, anything
Is that better?
on the toxicology result would not be relevant, and we would ask that and we have a hearing outside the presence of the jury before any of that testimony is in front of the jury, so therefore we can determine its relevancy and admissibility.
For limiting purposes only, is there any objection? Okay.
You gotta have a conversation.
John,
with
do
your
you know where I
attorney.
changed the frame rate?
Talk about that.
Dude,
The frame
I
rate-
have them hardwired.
Matters the state of Texas has.
He's from the
What's that?
defense.
Yes, John, we all have a motion.
It's really just that quality slider that's gonna make a difference
Okay.
for you.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're gonna sound like they're all in
Any
slow motion.
objection for limiting purposes only in regard to 404B?
For the punishment evidence, no, Your Honor.
Thanks for the help, Paul.
Our case in chief is only about the offense that happened on October 12, 2019.
Defense motion is granted. Y'all approach the bench if you feel like you need to talk about it.
Yes, Your Honor.
And to be clear, we're asking that this motion pertains all phases of the trial.
Understood. Yeah, so if there's anything in regard to 404B, approach the bench.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Anything on the notice.
Yeah, on their notice, yeah.
And also, we would ask for a motion on the or evidence at the guilt innocence phase of the trial, and also any victim character evidence.
Thanks, Item 9.
Any objection to that for limiting purposes only?
Not for limiting purposes only, Your Honor.
All right, that's granted.
Your Honor, I have nothing else.
Ms. Ford,
All
will
right,
you
we
be
might actually
staying
get
with
over
us or are you leaving?
I'm
And
going to leave council table.
the only reason I ask is we're figure out how to, if you return your cherry box. Thank you. I appreciate your remark.
So, fun fact about
Both
this
sides ready
judge,
for the
John.
jury.
Yeah.
He had a conviction overturned because
Karen?
he allowed
I don't
the
know what
defendant to be
mine-
shocked 3 different times for bad behavior.
Nice. All right, you might get some taser action. That's great. Thanks, Texas.
Where was he for Daryl Brooks, man?
I know. I don't know if we talked about it, but she's actually running for Supreme Court now. The judge.
Yeah, saw that. Yep. I've watched her press conference. It was quite interesting.
I went back and I looked at some of the earlier decisions and motions in limine. She really was fantastic that entire time.
Yep. She was a little frustrated on
Okay,
how much
so we're
leeway she
waiting
gave
for
him.
the jury to come in. We
Yeah,
just heard the judge deny the change of venue motion. What do you make of the defense waiving their opening?
Oh, great. There's commentary on this channel.
Oh, lovely.
Do it right after the execution. At this point,
I don't.
it kind of stops or
It's
colors
one
in a
cut
different way.
seat.
But the idea of
Good morning.
We'll just have to talk over him, I guess.
Everyone
It's not long
stands
cut.
as
It's
come into the jury,
with
into
local
the
news
jury
outlet.
box, but once you come into the jury
Yeah,
box,
I-
just have to
I don't know that
moment
long crime
for
has
everybody
that.
to stand up. Okay?
Here,
I need for each of you to raise your right
let
hand.
me. I'm going to
You
send
and each of
you
you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case
is
state
the
of Texas,
Okay.
your true
usually
verdict render
without
according to the law
commentary.
and the evidence so help you God.
Oh.
Okay,
Okay, good. I didn't know if they had it or not.
here's what happened.
Yeah.
In just a few minutes, the indictment in
So
this
it's in the
case
private
is
chat.
going to be read in open court, and there will be a plea entered to the indictment. The lawyers then give big statements. State goes first, the defense goes second.
Stop sharing time. Sorry, everybody.
We're getting there. Think about how much easier it's going to be the next time you go on.
Are we good there? Oh, yeah.
Yes, because I want to hear the local news outlets commentary. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maddie, I agree with you. During the trial, there were moments where I was getting frustrated, but looking back at it, I mean, it guarantees that there really are no appellate issues. And, you know, I think that she was more patient than I might have been, but that's okay.
I just think she liked to talk a little too much. I was kind of okay with her patience with him. Putting everything on the record 8 times was kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, that's fair.
We know she was. We know.
Oh, Knight, I totally agree, by the way. It is so much more fun being second chair than having to actually run all of this stuff. Yeah, Maddie, I entirely agree. It was fantastic. But I also liked it from the DA during Brooks that toward the end you could realize she was getting thoroughly teed off with him. She had a couple of gems there. Excuse me. Yeah, you're right. She was worried about an appeal. Oh, the male attorney I thought was ready to jump over the table and beat the hell out of him. Like, if you notice, the longer he went on, the further the male attorney kind of was moving away to contain himself.
We generally work from 9 until 5 for the mid-morning break, mid-afternoon break.
All right,
And I will try to get you out of here, as I told you on Friday. We will only work half day due to the funeral. Now, as I told you earlier,
So did you get to mention
we're
the
also
funeral and the
having
half
to
day?
deal with the availability.
I did
of
see the
extra
half day
goods.
thing. That works
So
out
there
kind of
may
well
be
for me because I have an
times that
appointment this
we may
afternoon
not
that I
work
can't
at all
reschedule.
one day
So that'll work.
because of the trying to get the experts into town.
It's because they have to go to the funeral
Hold that against anybody
of
else.
the
It's
lead
the way
attorney
the world is
for the
right now.
defense.
But I am very aware
Oh,
that y'all
I did not catch the
He
reason.
died last Monday.
taking time out of your schedule, and I
It's
will
crazy,
do
man.
in a
Like,
manner
That is crazy.
times is work is done well.
he
They
was
didn't
in
give
poor
a
health for a
continuance?
while, so
You know the rules about taking notes.
well, so he was. There's been
all
like
the,
8 continuances.
tab
Well,
and
I'm
everything
exaggerating. There's been
for
4
you.
major
Okay.
continuances.
Gotcha.
to be able to
And he was in
feel
poor health for quite a while.
to
So he brought on 2 newer attorneys
is the
this
state
summer,
ready to proceed.
and
Oh,
so they should be
And
up
the
to
case
speed.
is ready.
Yeah, I had
If you'll
a
stand.
colleague of mine. It was a medical malpractice case, cardiology related, and her partner, the lead attorney, literally had a heart attack in front of the jury and died.
Oh my god!
And the judge had her jump in literally the next day. He was not going to give any time, which that's a kind of a rough one when you're literally talking about a hard case and your lead attorney dies in front of the jury. That to me should have been a
That's really
mistrial, but
That should be.
that is the Wild West of Westchester County, New York. That was actually her last case at that firm, and then she came over to the one that I was working at. Fantastic attorney. I second chaired for her once, just really an absolute pleasure.
Oh.
Can we turn the volume up a little bit, or is that the court speed that's so low?
It's the concur.
I mean, it's fine with the closed captioning.
Shooting Atatiana Jefferson with a deadly weapon, firearm.
Yeah, okay. That's law and crime then. Nothing you can really do on your end. I think there are some programs,
it's
but
just-
I have to.
Charge you may plead guilty or not guilty. What is your plea? Not guilty, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
So he
Does
just
the
entered his
state
not guilty
make an
plea.
opening statement?
We do, Your Honor.
Yay!
Okay.
Has it been like
That's
2
pretty
years?
weird to have be. Yeah, I was reading something about that it hadn't been done yet, but it's crazy.
Huh. All right. I mean, I figure if he was out on bond the whole time, to some extent, he doesn't really care.
Yeah, he got out on bond real quick.
That Atatiana Jefferson heard before she died. Put your hands up. Show me your hands in 3. Not a second.
I really wish
You're gonna
that
hear
attorneys would
that after
discover
this one,
lavalier
the
mics.
Yeah.
the bullet went through her back bedroom into her chest. Through her heart. She fell down. Face down.
Maddie's asking for the Cliff Notes version. I won't go over too much, but just real quick. Neighbor calls police because his neighbor's door was open at like 2 a.m. Police come to check it out. Never announced themselves. The Tatiana Jefferson, who was in the home with her 8-year-old nephew, had a concealed carry permit, grabbed her gun because she heard noises outside. Within a minute of the police arriving, she pointed her gun out the window, and police the police officer fired on her within a minute of being at the scene.
Now, this is not a case that deals with rival gang members shooting each other. This is not a case about a drug deal gone bad or a robbery. This is a case about a Fort Worth police officer, a stranger to Tatiana, who shot through the back of her bedroom window in the middle of the night. She was in her home.
I do think that they yelled something like, put up your hands, but you're
Hands
right.
up.
I don't think
Yep.
they did not identify themselves as
You are
police
going to
officers.
hear that this
You're
is
absolutely correct on that.
intentional
I saw a little bit of the body cam.
and unjustifiable act that never should have happened. You're going to hear throughout the course of this trial from multiple witnesses that are going to talk to you about what happened in this case. They're going to hear and talk to you about what happened and how we got to Tatiana taking her last few breaths in her home. So how did we get here? What happened? So we go back.
She's a little dramatic for my taste.
October 11th.
Yeah.
Tatiana
The only
was
info I could
killed
find on
murdered by
her
this defendant on
is that
October
she
12th,
generally handles
2019.
misdemeanor cases. So
Around 2
I
to 3
think she probably just hasn't updated her
So we
LinkedIn
back
because she
up.
seems like I don't think they'd have her
October 11th.
do the opening. That's all she
So
usually
October
does.
the 11th started for Tatiana and Zion very similar.
To some extent, it depends. I mean, sometimes they think like if it's a slam dunk case, they'll put in the JV team.
Tatiana was 28 years old. She had 3 siblings.
But I don't know. I'm not suggesting she's the JV team. I don't know the backgrounds, but
Yeah.
Ashley and Darius.
I'm just saying stylistically, it's a little.
Tatiana's
She's definitely
mom,
dramatic.
Yolanda Carr. She lived in the house with Tatiana off 1203 East Allen, east side of the building. And Zion lived there too. So Tatiana, raised in Dallas, went off to school at Xavier University.
Oh, that's also ultimately a matter of taste. I mean, I can't pull off dramatic just because I don't. That's not the way I think.
And in 2019,
I mean, it was the
she
first
moved
thought I
in
had
with
though
her
too.
mom, Yolanda Carr, off East Allen, to take care of her mom's young home. She was also
I think that's also just a difference between prosecution and defense as well. Is my whole thing is let's bring the temperature down and think about this on the defense side.
Was having some severe health issues with her. So Tatiana was living there, at that house, helping raise Zion, teaching him the responsibilities, day-to-day, chores. And you guys are going to hear on October the 11th, just a regular day,
Oh crap! I just realized I never tweeted out the link to this for you. Give me a
He's
second.
8 years old at this time.
Send that bat signal out, man.
Let
We'll
me
get
tell
some
you,
more
Zion
people
is
in
very
here.
rambunctious and
Yeah,
energetic,
let's
as
go
many
sober.
8-year-olds are. Right?
Now that we have everything working.
And you're going to hear from
Yeah.
witnesses
Well,
that
part of me was
describe
thinking I would wait
neighbors
until
across the
the
street
technical
Yeah.
that
issues.
saw
Good idea.
Atatiana and Zion outside, her trying to teach him how to mow the lawn. So this neighbor sees Zion running across the lawn, pushing a lawnmower, trying to learn how to veg. After that, on October the 11th, they went inside and they had dinner that night. They burned the hamburgers they were making in the kitchen. So there was smoke. So both the front and the side door of this house, they opened.
That's why the doors were open. Interesting.
What was the reason I missed that? Sorry, I'm trying to
Because
type.
they burnt hamburgers.
Kind of like those
Oh,
storm
at 2 in the
doors
morning?
You'll have either screen or
That's
glass.
the weird part. And
That was kept shut.
I don't really understand why this 8-year-old was up at 2:45 in the morning either. But
I
So at this time,
mean, look, as a practical matter, I can understand from the police's perspective why this is sort of suspicious. Like, it seems like almost a classic home invasion situation.
oh, and I can't remember the radio call, but the radio call made it sound like I can't remember what they call it, but it was something that heightened the police's
Okay.
alert level.
And you're gonna get to hear.
Like an
So I didn't
abandoned
hear the radio call, but you know, for a standard welfare check, I don't think that you'd have necessarily people on edge as much. But
Zion, her mother.
yeah, it wasn't.
She also
The
loved
radio call was not a standard welfare check.
to games,
Yeah,
on the
okay.
computer, like video games with Zion.
That's the thing. 2:45 in the morning, doors
Her
open,
siblings would poke
and
fun
somebody's
her
at the window pointing a
for
gun
playing
at you.
video games. Just what she liked to do.
You kind of put
So
yourself
that
in the
night,
shoes of the
Zion goes to
officer.
bed.
That's not a great situation in any
Tatiana's in
circumstance.
her back bedroom.
These are my favorite cases where I don't know initially what side I am on.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I see it totally both ways.
But you're gonna learn. 1 o'clock in the morning or so, Zion, who's asleep in her bed, he wakes up at some point.
I can
throughout the
see it.
night.
I can definitely see it both ways on this one.
His Aunt Tay, which is what he calls her, is still playing video games and she's up. So 8-year-old says, I want to play too. So he gets up and he starts playing video games with her. So they're laughing, having a good time.
Interesting. They're explaining why he was up at 2:45 now.
Okay.
They had no idea that across the street, James Smith
What is around her neck?
had called the non-emergency.
A far too ostentatious pearl necklace.
Wide open. Lights are
Okay.
all on in the house.
Not that I'm necessarily a
Both cars
fashion
are in the
expert, but
garage or in the driveway.
Me.
And so when the call comes through, he calls the non-emergency number, gives them the information, tells them, when asked if the neighbors are home, he tells them when both cars are in the driveway and he describes them. He says that his door has been open for several hours, just to make sure everything's okay. So when this defendant and his partner, Darch, her name is Carol Darch, and you're gonna hear Carol Darch and this defendant go in their patrol cars, 2 separate patrol cars, show up around the East Allen. They actually park right next to a house that they believe to be 1203. They went to the wrong house first. There was a house just down the street, kind of diagonal from where Atatiana lives. And you guys are going to have an opportunity to see map photographs and hear testimony from these witnesses, so you better orient yourself as to what I'm talking about. So they park next to this house on the side, and then no lights, no sirens. They then go across the street, and unbeknownst to them, James
dude, your
Smith,
Twitter handle is a pain in the ass to
that
figure
neighbor,
out. So I'm just telling them the
his
YouTube
family
channel's
were
name.
all sitting outside on the stoop, making
Sorry.
sure everything was
Okay,
because they
thanks.
knew
That's all right.
this
I did
house
DM you the
was owned by
link too.
herself and a grandchild.
do have the link. I'm posting that
One
up.
thing you're gonna learn about James Smith is he and his family own multiple houses on this street of East Allen. East Allen's a little bit of a niche inside of the east side. East Allen, a 1200 block where Tatiana and her family lived, across the street, there are multiple houses, and those all belong to James Smith and his
Sounds
family.
like I need to fix my Twitter
Right
handle.
next door to the Tatiana is a old.
I don't know.
church
Nobody
with
can
lots
pronounce
of
mine
Matt
either.
agrees.
At least
There's
it's
no other
writable.
houses right next to her.
I mean, is that an
To the
underscore
left,
that you
look
started
at
it
the
with?
house to
I mean,
the
maybe I'm
right.
screwing that
If
up.
you're coming outside the house to the left.
Yeah, it's
you're gonna
underscore.
See a very big lot,
Okay.
open
I
lot.
don't know why it didn't auto-populate then.
So
'Cause I
James
had it right.
is the kind of neighbor that we all want.
I was thinking of switching it
He's
to
the
trail
kind of
junking
neighbor
anyway,
that
so I think I'll do that.
looks out for us. James Smith has lived in this area, and y'all will hear from him and learn this for 60 years. He's kind of like
Thank
the
you, Ned.
mayor of this particular street. Right? Guy that tells you your package is on the front door. He's the guy that watches out and knows everything about the neighborhood. He actually takes a particular amount of pride. He's like the guardian of that particular area. He had called the non-emergency number before. Y'all hear about that. So he's outside along with his other family members that live in all these houses, and they're watching. They're waiting for the police to show up and pull up and check. But they don't ever see a patrol car go to front. They don't ever see lights. They don't ever hear anyone identify themselves. What they see is two figures go diagonally across the street, go up to the front door.
By the way, this fact pattern, I actually think, unless we learn something new about the background, this fact pattern, I think, is worse for the cops than Breonna Taylor. At least then we knew it wasn't the wrong address, or, that they were, in fact, trying to initiate a no-knock warrant.
And call for backup.
Yeah.
They then go from the front.
This is literally just firing through a
We could debate
residential
the,
window.
They check either of those doors.
Yeah. With a gun pointed at you.
That's the flip side problem.
I guess there was
Most
shots.
circumstances, they were pointing the gun at the cops.
Yeah.
They continue, this defendant goes wide to the right of Yolanda's car in that driveway.
I forget what it was that I was watching.
Goes between the car, the dark
But
car.
if you ever notice when cops say, do you mind stepping out of your house to come talk to me?
And Darch kind of hits that bicycle.
Don't do that.
Hits Zion's bicycle.
The home is safe.
At this point, Tatiana.
Nothing good comes after that. Do not go talk to them on the porch. Stay inside your home. The Fourth Amendment infinitely protects you more there.
And so you guys are going to learn.
Pretty sure that's something Bronca likes to say on a fairly frequent basis.
That sounds bad. That probably is right.
By yourself, you've got Zion. So she goes to her
But
first.
there was some case that I was reading on, and
She walks up.
it literally just amounted to the arrest was utterly inappropriate because they crossed the threshold of the home without a warrant.
You're going to hear from Zion,
Yeah.
who was inside and watched this whole thing.
Now, an exception to that is hot pursuit, but if the engagement begins with the person in their home and the police not, also don't invite them in. It's like vampires. Just don't invite them into your house. Then they can't come in.
Okay.
Don't tell me.
Flashlights all around the backyard. Tatiana sees flashlights. She's now heard noises and sees flashlights. She thinks, I'm going to have to protect us from whatever.
By the way, I always ask, would you prefer if I turn off my camera if I smoke, or do you care?
I don't care.
Okay.
It kind of the only reason it bothers me at all is it makes me want a cigarette sometimes, but that's fine.
If you want, like I said, if you want, I can turn off my camera.
No, I don't mind at all. I'm totally kidding.
You're going to see on this body camera that he turns the left of his eye. Something catches. He sees something. And you hear, put your hands up, show me your hands. And I'm talking about Show me your hands, put your hands up. Boom. It is not
Right.
fast enough.
We can really stop with the clapping. That's just obnoxious.
To process and follow the commands of an unknown stranger in the backyard, let alone fast enough for him to see it.
And I know I'm focusing on the style and affect, but there's no legal argument here.
When you watch this body camera footage, pay attention to what this defendant says, what he does, what he doesn't do, and what he does. Because that's very important in this particular case. And we're going to watch the video over and over again throughout the course of this.
Excellent
So
night.
after this
That's
shot
great.
is fired, immediately his partner, Darsh, says, "We gotta get in there. We gotta get in
By
there."
the way, if you click the comment on StreamYard, it'll pull it up for everybody just to like highlight different things.
Oh yeah, good call.
Around the corner to the side of the house.
That one
And then
was
the other
worthy.
thing you might want to do is if you do that, you can literally on YouTube just drag the captions up to like the corner so it's not covering it.
Straight inside, and you'll hear Darsh say,
These were things that it took me quite a while to learn.
Yep.
as they're getting through the entire time.
Is that, you think that's a good spot? What do you think?
Not hear.
Over
Yeah,
here?
that's fine.
He said, "Show your hands. Put your hands up." He didn't say don't. He didn't
Perfect.
say go. And if they're about to rush into this house, he did not warn his partner that he had seen them. So they go into the house, they rush to the back bedroom, they find up on the bed.
I thought they shot through the window. I didn't realize that they rushed the bedroom.
They did.
Okay. Like I said, I only saw a little bit of the body cam.
Takes him to the next room.
I think she's talking about when they entered after the
So
shooting.
what does the defendant do when he gets in there and sees her?
I don't know what authority they had to enter the home. I mean, you could argue exigent circumstance, but
Instead
you're the one that caused
of
it.
looking around the room, his flashlight.
Well, I mean, when you know someone's down, can't you can go in, right? Even
Yeah,
if
but
you're
you're the one that
put
shot
them
them.
down. I know.
Like, you kind of created your own exigency.
They did.
Thank God, right?
Here's the new warrantless search policy. Shoot through the window and make sure that everyone's safe inside.
Video that you watch.
That's terrible.
If he ever says anything about seeing it. And when you watch that video, when you see how
I mean, it's not entirely inaccurate to the facts of this case.
No.
So after they get inside.
Sorry, I have a really dark sense of humor.
Trying to figure out how to turn off
No, I
the light
did.
of the laser, trying to figure out how to disarm it. Sets it down, still not providing any kind of CPR.
No secret. That's not fair. I'm responding to him.
And it's not until because they all for help back up. And he hears those first few officers show up at that front door because they announce Fort Worth Police. You're going to hear him say, "We're back here." And it's at that point.
By the way, Cole, I just realized I was not subscribed to your channel, so you just got another subscriber.
And it wouldn't have mattered if
Yeah.
And I hit the like button.
Thank you.
So they perform life-saving measures and they spend 20 minutes trying to save her life. They do everything possible. But they could not save her. She was pronounced. It's at that point you're going to hear about the investigation and what happens after that. You're going to hear about how Darsh, his partner, when all the different supervisors, the entire Fort Worth Police Department shows up out there.
By the way, secret, Knight of Knees talking to himself is much more organized than my inner monologue, so
This is
Nothing wrong with that.
She goes, here's what happened. It's not due until.
Maddie gets the gold star for the day, though.
Having her plea attorney.
Fair enough.
When I say plea attorney, I don't mean these two folks, not police attorneys, but attorneys that are provided to law enforcement by the associations. They get the benefit of having that attorney show up right after she. So she does a walkthrough, explains what she has seen, what happened, what she remembers. She's put into a patrol car, and she is taken to the main unit. They part of Fort Worth Police, and they investigate police-involved shootings, any incidents involving police. So the major case department has that particularized knowledge and training, and they handle these cases. They're on mission.
Didn't Internal Affairs clear him?
Dark. Went through over and frame by frame, slowed it down. They met with multiple witnesses, medical personnel, went out to the scene.
Let me know if I'm recalling this correctly, but I thought Internal Affairs originally cleared him, and there was some public oversight board that kind of pressured them otherwise.
I don't know about the internal affairs part, but he resigned 2 days after, and he was charged 2 days after.
I might be thinking about it.
And like his police chief, and the mayor both came out and threw him under the bus right away.
Okay. All right. I think I'm thinking about something else. Sometimes cases tend to blur in my mind when you're researching too many things at once.
Oh yeah.
To a felony district judge, just like this judge. And that judge signed an arrest warrant for this defendant.
Now imagine being a practicing attorney with a case list 140 cases long. Try keeping those straight.
At the conclusion of this case, after you hear all of the witnesses, you listen to that round call. Look at those photographs. Many times you thank God about it. After you look at all of the evidence in this case.
Oh, Knight, you and me both.
You're done.
100%.
This is not self-defense. This is not a circumstance. But they stare at the barrel and you have to defend that person or to protect against.
Google has an interesting way of not paying you in a timely manner.
I've heard.
This is not a justification. This is not a self-defense case. This is murder. Your home is supposed to be the one place on earth that you get to go to be safe.
She is dramatic.
Shelter.
It's the one place on earth.
But for a person, her home
Your
was not her
refuge.
refuge.
But she's dramatic in a way that I think actually gets in the way of the facts. Like the facts for the prosecution are not
A
bad.
little bit. Yeah, she doesn't need to be drying the emotion as hard as she's trying.
It gets to a point where it's distracting.
Please report. Yes, sir. Christina, Mr. Smith, members of the car, Jefferson.
Members of the jury. On the night of October 11th, my friend Aaron Dean never thought he'd be putting on his Fort Worth police uniform for the last night.
So one of the two defense lawyers,
Everything he could hear today,
think it's the other guy,
before you get the charge along.
was a judge for 15 years.
He started his shift like he did every
Really?
Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you just lose an election and decide to go back to private practice?
I don't know.
Check in a little early and 7 o'clock out. As that shift went on, during the middle of his shift, he's assigned a call. The call that we're here to talk about today. And as he goes through that call, He gets to the backyard. And as soon as he and his partner go in the backyard.
I can't speak to Texas, but at least like in New York and Florida to some extent, I mean, most judges pretty much run unopposed.
As soon as Aaron enters
They've been on the bench for more than one cycle.
Yeah.
Aaron sees that silhouette in the window.
I doubt he lost an election.
Just what, decided to make some money because he wasn't
Probably wanted to get paid. That's exactly what
Yeah, fair point.
Pointed directly at Aaron, closer than me to you.
because he was an ADA before that, so I don't think
Aaron had air conditioning.
He's probably
unit
just
to his
paid it.
right, a gate and obstruction of a fence to his left. His partner is back cheek, butt cheek to butt cheek.
Really, if you wanted to get paid,
There's no place to go. He takes half a step
if
back,
you wanted to get paid, why would you go to criminal defense?
or training, draws his weapon for the first
You'd
and
make a
only
damn
time
fortune
that
on the
day.
civil side.
He fires one shot. And tragically, Atatiana Jefferson is killed. How did he get there? That's the question. Remember from Vordaer, we start having to talk
Did you
about
catch what he said
the
about butt cheek to
calculus
butt
reading
cheek?
in this case. So that's what
Something
we're really talking about.
it was
So
cutting
it's
out a little bit,
reasonable.
but so far I am not loving the opening of this argument.
That's the test for police officers to use their force. It's an officer's nightmare. Or weapon and use it in defense of not only themselves or for others. So we have to start looking at what Aaron knew at the time. What did he know at the time? What data was given to Aaron at the time he responded to this call? This case is about facts and not emotion.
Based upon how you described
Statements about emotion, words, and everything else. But we have to get back
what
to
the call from dispatch was, that might be their best argument.
I think
James
so.
Smith enters the stage in this case when he makes a non-emergency call to Fort Worth Communications. Let's talk about Fort Worth Communications for a second. The state at the end of their opening said it was a 911 call. That's common for both tables. We'll probably slip up at the end. It was to the non-emergency number. Fort Worth Communications is based over just behind TCU on the west side of Fort Worth. It's a large room that has multiple stations.
Yeah, but the fact that it was a non-emergency call is actually less helpful for you.
One day you may be a call taker taking non-emergency numbers. You may be at the same shift if it got busy taking 911 calls. Everybody's trained the same. Everybody sits at a console that's identical. That's the call taker role. When you call Fort Worth, whether it's non-emergency or 911, they're all trained, and collectively they're all trained in their calendar so they can cross over if there's an event. If somebody loses communication, say at Arlington, Fort Worth takes their calls. There's a very robust system for that. Mr. Smith calls the non-emergency number as a result of what his relatives have seen throughout the night. The doors have been open since 10. These glass storm doors that the smoke's being let out of have been open since 10. He calls, and as a result of what the communications officer hears, the call taker picks what code in the system to place upon a call. It could be a welfare check. It could be an open structure. It could be a robbery. It could be anything that they call the police department for. When we start talking about stuff like this, they follow general orders at communications. They have a playbook. But I'm being told.
I wish they would have a podium. I don't like them using the stenographer's desk.
Based on what Mr. Smith said to
would
the
get annoying.
communications officer.
Yep, agreed.
Not what he thought he said, not what he told the media several days later he said. What he said on that call was that it was an open structure.
Open structures.
That's what the operator took and coded. In the city of Fort Worth, that gets coded as a signal 56. An open structure.
Okay.
For the police officers, they, in their patrol cars, both Officer Darch and Officer Dean, have what's called an MDC, or mobile data computer, plus their radio in the car and their handheld radio that you see on the officers that have taken you in and out of the courtroom here, and you'll see throughout the common gear. So they have their computer, they have their handheld, and they have their car radio. When the city of Fort Worth cuts an officer loose on a call, it's simple. They give them the call through the MDC, and they give it to them over the radio in case they're not in their car at the time, so they can hear it. Officer Dean was the primary officer. You may hear a Fort Worth officer during this trial say he was the sheet officer. He was assigned to, it was his beat. He's the primary, Darch is his backup. For open doors, why do they need two? Because in Fort Worth's general orders for communications, it's a priority 2 call. Priority 1 being the highest, usually lights and sirens. Priority 2 is just below it. A priority 2 call requires 2 officers. If 2 officers aren't available, the general orders say the sergeant or lieutenant on patrol in that area is assigned as the second officer. If the sergeant or lieutenant are not available, it goes to a neighboring area until there's 2 officers there. For officer safety, priority 2 call. Darch makes it there first, Dean gets there second. I think the evidence will show that Darch goes to the wrong house first, and they come back, look in the squad again, and get the right address. And they walk up to the front of the address. Remember, what did they know? Did they don't? Here's what they're told when they're going to the call, both on the radio, for the ear.
This is that one here.
Complainant advised, front doors to addresses open. Both the neighbors' vehicles are in driveway. White sedan and dark colored sedan. Neighbors are usually home, but never has door open. The word welfare is never said.
Okay.
56. It's not a welfare check to Dean and Darch. The door open. That's what they have as the data on there. In addition to the communications general orders, the city of Fort Worth has a rather extensive set of general orders for officers. Communications is called Play 56. Play 56 takes them to a certain section in the general orders for how officers that have just come out.
I think he's starting to get too into the details here.
Been to the academy, had this book drilled into them day in and day out. Signal 56 is an open structure.
I mean, it might be their only argument, so
It says treat it like a silent alarm.
guess you kind of have to get into details, but
I mean, I think the use of props is kind of effective.
Silent alarm, you don't park in the front of the building.
But I was about to say, you know,
A resident.
he's giving himself more work to try and put a bow on this at the end. Because you're right, he is going through a lot of details, but he's not giving the jury the conclusion. We know where he's going with this.
Short distance. Walk up.
We also watch a ton of cases.
You check to make sure if there's any forced entry on the structure. And in fact, as it tells you what you're supposed to do, the unit in charge of the call shall inspect the structure to determine if there's any signs of forced entry. Any signs of forced entry. It doesn't say just on one side. It doesn't say that you just look here and stop. Those officers walk up to the front door. And at that point, you're going to see Dean's body camera come on. When they looked inside and saw the man in front of this residence, through the front door, you see the living room. Through the living room, it's kind of a living room combo kitchen. Upper cabinets in the kitchen are out, open, stuff strewn all over the floor.
I think that's kind of an interesting new
The
fact
living
here.
room looks like it's been ransacked. You're going to hear from both Carol Darch and others that went out there what this scene looked like when they were there. That's a data element for these two.
I mean, is he basically suggesting that what they saw made it
To them,
more likely than not that it was some sort of like a home invasion sort of situation.
treated as a silent alarm.
Yep.
They have to be quiet. They're not knocking on the door because that's not what the rules tell them to do. And they see what to them, what Darch is going to tell you, looks like a burglary in progress. The house should never look like that.
I mean, we'll see if he has the facts.
I mean,
the law is not
from that
picking up-
standpoint,
They go down
Sorry,
to
go
the
ahead.
side. They have to
but
step
from that
over
standpoint,
the-
Maddie, you're kind of right. I mean,
they
if you
have to
just
step
go
over
from
on
that,
lower.
the
Gate
prosecution
elements that may sound
pounded the table a little more, got
simple
more
to
emotional,
others,
where he's
to an officer
sticking to the
that knows
facts.
the beats in this area, this is a neighborhood.
Like I said, that's generally speaking the difference in demeanor between a prosecutor and a defense lawyer is, bring down the temperature as part of your job.
Yet it's
Yeah,
still
that
a
makes
neighborhood.
a lot of sense. Good point.
Mosque church next door, the air conditioning units have a 10-foot fence and a steel cage and concertina wire and steel cage fencing around all the first floor windows. Miss Jefferson's AC unit has a steel cage welded around it, and it's new construction. Things that are left outside at night tend to disappear. Burglars tend to leave stuff piled up to take away if there's a burglary in progress. You walk over a weed eater, there's a mower out at 2 a.m. There's a young man's bicycle out down the left side. They clear the vehicles because that's what they're trained to do at the academy. They split. Carol down one side, Aaron down the other. They meet at the gate. This gate opens up to the out, it swings to the left. It's about 8 fence panels wide is this gate. On the outside opens
The neighbor's dogs are awake.
It's an odd angle when you look at it. When you open the gate and come through, you're immediately confronted with a window on your left. And that's the window we're talking about. It's a rather large, spacious backyard.
I think he is doing a good job painting the picture of why is all of this property sitting out on the lawn at 2 a.m, doors open. What conclusion would you draw?
I mean, a mess. My
They're covering. You're going to hear from Dark. They're they back. Dark has Dean's back. Dean has after the door. For what a says, go see silent alarm. Silent alarm says you inspect the structure for forced entry. The doesn't know the racial. So come on, takes a half a step back, gives the man and fires as well. After the shots fired, depending if it's traffic, both of them keep. Darsh tells Dean, you gotta get in. Dean tries the window. They get inside. Dean does find it. He moves up and tries. When Dean moves the weapon away, you'll see the green laser emitting still from it. And in turn, it purchased that. It's it. With the laser. If you want to say we'll do that.
I have no idea what's doing this now.
Dark Boyle and Sergeant.
It's Comcastic.
And there's an officer Young Zion's a brave man. They start a process, as the state told you in their own. Everybody from there off down is notified. Too long. And Lindsay is Lindsay's specialty children that have faced traumatic events. And Lindsay is called in to the place where she works called the Alliance. And the Alliance for Children is a place that is set up for audio and video recording. It's a safe place for children. It's a safe place to record children and interview them. So somebody that's professionally trained in interviewing a young child can interview somebody with information at one time. There's viewing rooms. There's observation rooms. Lindsay,
If you want to try it, I don't know if it will help entirely.
Let's do it.
But yeah, if you look at the bottom and you put that one up instead of your feed, maybe that'll help a little bit.
Yep, I see it. I see it.
Young Mr. Carr is taken to the Alliance for Children.
So you think working a little bit better?
You're going to hear from Mr. Carr probably this morning. And there's some key takeaways I think you're going to hear from.
I don't love the mic
He
popping.
recognizes the Fort Worth fact.
Yep, I think this is way better.
Okay, cool.
And when Lindsay's talking to him, he knows it's the male that shot, not the female. So we started to talk about and see what was seen from the inside.
I am hearing a
From the eyes of an 8-year-old.
Yeah, that little buzz in the background. Not sure if there's something I can really do much about that. That seems to be on their end. Let me just try refreshing the page real quick.
I think I got rid of it.
This is where everyone yells at me for not having YouTube Premium forever.
Yeah.
All
right, I think that's a little bit better. It's not perfect.
Carr's interview's over at 5:30 in the morning. Dark's interview's over at 7:07. So before the rooster crows 3 times, they knew, maybe in the government, pretty good idea of what took place after.
And let me move the.
It's a little quiet on my end.
All right. I turned it down a little bit to try and get rid of some of the buzz, but we're just going to have to do the best we can.
A green laser was placed on the officer. That officer considered that to be deadly force against him and reacted accordingly. And tragically, Ms. Jefferson lost her life. You're going to be charged, and this court's charge at the end as to whether or not that act by Aaron was reasonable under the definitions that the judge will give you. We ask you to keep an open mind throughout this week. It'll go into next.
I wonder if Court TV is covering it and maybe has better audio. Let me take a look.
Court TV is covering it.
Not after the fact. Once the shot's fired, we have a different story. Okay? There's no doubt in my mind that Ms. Jefferson was a great person. The law requires you, when you consider a use of force shooting like this with the police, is what did the officer know at the time that was it reasonable? All the stories that have gone on post that, I think you'll see this week are not true. We look forward to you having this case at the end. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, next call Zion Carr. Zion Carr.
So I gotta be honest, I don't think he did a fantastic job tying that together. He did a good job.
Nephew first.
He did a decent job kind of laying out why an officer
might tie it up.
Yeah. He did a decent job setting the scene, but he didn't You have to kind of spoon-feed the conclusions in your opening.
Good morning. Okay. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth.
Yep. He didn't.
Okay, have a seat right.
I'm kind of surprised they're showing this kid's face, man.
Yeah, that's a little odd. Usually they'll turn the camera
Okay,
away.
there's a rule in effect, okay, that says that you can't be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, don't tell anybody else what you testified to, except the lawyers, okay? Okay. I want you to tell me your first and last name and spell it for my court reporter, please.
My name is Zion Carr, Zioncarr.
Mr. Smith.
Zion, could you say your name again just a little bit louder?
Zion Carr.
Okay. You want to now approach the witness?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Move that clip up just a hair.
Thanks, Mr. Attorney. Helping us out here.
Yeah.
This guy's been in ADA for that office for like 25 years.
How old are you?
11.
He's one of the
Remember your birthday?
chief deputies.
July 25th, 2011.
July 25th, 2011. What's your mom's name?
Amber,
And does your mom have any sisters?
she got 2.
What are your mom's sisters?
I anticipate this is going to be a powerful opening witness. The kid comes across as very articulate.
She got 1, and his name is Adarius.
I bet you that microphone is going to pick up what you're saying, so you don't have to lean over. But thank you for trying. Zion, you know the difference between a truth and a lie?
Yes, sir.
So, if I was to tell you, I'm holding up a marker. What color is this marker?
Red.
And let the record reflect, I'm holding up a red marker.
Yes.
If I was to tell you this marker was blue, would that be a truth or a lie?
Lie.
Is it good to tell a lie?
Yes, sir.
What happens when people tell lies?
You could be in big trouble.
You get in big trouble for telling lies. So, did you promise me that everything we're going to talk about today will be true things?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Zion. Zion, what's
How
your
do they only do that for kids? So
Basketball.
stupid.
And who's your favorite basketball team?
The Grizzlies.
I mean, I've seen that done for kids all the time, but you're right. Why do they only do it with kids?
John Morant.
John
I
Rand?
think the presumption is that adults understand the concept of perjury, so they try to break it
He's a
down.
new player, but
Yeah, that's
act
fair.
like he's not. He got good confidence too.
Good confidence, not going to play hard.
Yes, sir.
What grade are you in right now?
6.
You like school?
Yes, sir.
What do you like about school?
I like this kid.
My teachers.
And what do you like most
He is
about your teacher?
very well spoken for somebody in
They
6th
treat
grade.
me well, and they show me how to do problems if I don't know how to do it.
Move this to the other side so we don't
You have a
cover his
favorite
face.
subject in school?
Math,
Why do you like math so much?
because I like doing multiplication and division.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
An NBA player,
I like
Do you have
this
a
kid.
backup plan in case you're not an NBA player?
a scientist.
Oh, a scientist. That's a great job. Well, Zion, I want to talk to you this morning about your aunt Atatiana. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
What did you call your aunt Atatiana? Did you have a special name for her?
Ain't say.
Aunt Tay. And did you used to live with Aunt Tay?
Yes.
And when did you live with Aunt Tay?
When she moved in with my granny.
And does your granny have a different name?
Her name is Yolanda.
Yolanda.
Granny
Is
has
your
died
granny
now
still
too,
here
by the
with
way.
us?
No,
Uh-huh.
no, sir.
And when did she die? Do you remember?
3 months after my aunt died.
3 months after your aunt died.
Yes, sir.
And so, where were you? Do you remember the name of the street that you lived at with your granny and your aunt Ted?
East Allen. I think.
East Allen.
Yes, sir.
And
You can tell he was heavily prepared, but he's still coming across extremely well.
Because my mama wasn't doing good yet, so I had to live with my granny.
Was your mom sick?
Yeah.
And
So he told the initial interviewer though that he saw his aunt point that out.
Just me and my auntie and my granny.
I don't think there's any dispute that
Yeah.
the babysitter pointed a gun at the cops.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
What do you like about it?
I like how my auntie always played games and my granny.
But this is also going to be a really tough witness to
What
cross.
kind of games did your
Oh,
aunt
I
play?
just let him go. Yeah.
Apex Legends or Ring Royale.
But they do need to get that in.
Apex Legends or Ring Royale.
Oh, Ring Royale. What kind of games are those? Are those card games?
It's shooting games.
And what are that
Great.
video games?
Yes, sir.
Did you get to play with her?
Yes, sir.
Do you like playing video games?
Yes, sir.
Did Aunt Tay also show you how to do different things like mow the front yard
Yes, sir.
and how to do different chores?
Yes, sir.
What other chores did she teach you to do?
It's not a chore, but she taught me how to make hamburger patties.
Apparently not that effectively. Sorry, I had to.
Put them in the oven or get a pan and put them on there and put them on the stove and just let it sit and then flip it.
What do you do after you flip it?
When it's done, I'll put it on some hamburger buns, put ketchup, lettuce, and pickles, and eat it.
Okay, let me get this straight. What do you put on your hamburger again?
Ketchup, pickles, and lettuce.
And that's your favorite way?
Yes, sir.
No mustard? You shake your head no?
No, sir.
And no onions?
No onions.
Okay. Well, that was nice for you to teach you how to do that.
Yeah.
What other things did you used to do with Aunt Tay?
Maybe don't teach the 11-year-old to cook on their own.
What did y'all do at the park?
Sometimes we'll play
I know I'm kind of a dick, but relevance.
Just,
Oh, I mean, I'm not, because it's a kid, I'm not hitting the prosecutor with
Did you love your Aunt
objections right now.
Yes, sir.
Tay? You miss her?
Yes, sir.
But if you notice, almost all of these are heavily leading questions that he was clearly prepared for ahead of time.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
So before you were in the bedroom with her, with Aunt Tay, what were you doing? What were y'all doing together?
Playing video games.
Before then, even, did y'all cook hamburgers that night?
Yes, sir.
Who cooked the hamburger?
Me.
All right. Did you cook them just like you told us earlier?
Yes, sir. But I burnt them.
You burned them? How'd you know you burned them?
Because we were just playing games, then we just heard the alarm going off, then we opened it, a whole bunch of smoke came.
He burnt the shit out of him.
And were you cooking these in the kitchen?
Yes, sir.
So,
Wait, hang on. So you let, well, what was it? This was 2 years ago?
He was 8 at the time.
He was 8. So you let an 8-year-old put food on a stove and walk away from it.
Like that, so
At 2 in the morning.
At 2 in the morning.
we went back playing our video games.
Okay.
okay, I saw you made a motion with your hand while you were talking.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that you should die as a result of that, but that seems like a poor decision.
Reporter can type it up, and you tell me if I'm wrong, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so were you waving your hand in a back and forth motion in front of your face?
Yes, sir.
And were you doing that to show how you were waving the smoke out of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, did you eat those hamburgers?
Hmm?
Did you eat them?
Yes. No, it was burnt. Only one of them survived.
Okay, so what did you do with the burner?
Oh, that's a poor phrasing.
Trash.
What did you do with the one that survived?
Ketchup,
What did you put on it?
ketchup, pickles, and mustard. I mean, lettuce.
Oh my gosh. I love this kid.
Was it a good hamburger?
It was.
What did you do after you ate that hamburger?
I went to my auntie's bed and played on my Nintendo Switch.
What's a Nintendo Switch? If I've never heard of it before, how would you explain it to me?
It's like a video game. It's a screen, and it got like 2 controllers on the side of it.
Is it the type of video game you play on a TV screen, or is it something you hold in your hand and the screen's in your hand?
Both.
Oh, you can take what's on your screen in your hand and put that on the TV?
Yes, sir. You could take off the controllers in. Like when you buy it, there's like
The miracles of modern technology.
Take off the controllers and put the screen on it.
I-
See it on TV.
Dude, I bet you the prosecutor was actually genuinely surprised. that was genuine.
In my head.
There's a decent shot.
What was your Aunt Tay doing?
She was playing video games with her friends
Okay. Was she playing video games on a handheld device or on the TV?
on the TV,
Do you remember what type of gaming system it was?
a PS4.
And when you say she was playing with her friends, were her friends in that bedroom with y'all?
No, sir.
Where were they?
They was in another house, but she added them to a party so they could talk to each other
How was she talking to them?
on a mic.
And was she hearing what they were saying?
Yes, sir.
And what game was she playing?
Ring Royale.
Ring Royale.
Yes, sir.
So,
For those playing at home, it's a magical device.
Nice.
What room were you in while you were
Not
playing
sponsored,
this?
but Nintendo, if you want to sponsor,
No, ain't Taser
hit me up.
Were you on the bed, on the floor, or something different?
on the bed,
And do you remember what you were wearing?
on the underwears,
Were you under the covers or over the covers?
under the covers.
Was it a little cold?
No.
No? It was
That's a weird question.
Yes, sir.
How long did Aunt Ted play video games that night?
Like an hour or 30 minutes.
Did you ever go to sleep at all?
No, sir.
Not before she heard.
I don't think that time frame makes a lot of sense to me.
No, sir.
So he just contradicted what they said in their opening.
Did your Aunt Ted hear the noise?
I don't think it's a big deal, but he did.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing when your Aunt Ted heard that noise?
That's a good catch.
I was playing on a Nintendo Switch.
How did you know your Aunt Ted heard the noise?
Because she told me, did you hear it? And I said no.
Was the lights on? Were the lights on in that bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And after she told you she heard a noise, what did she do?
She went to get her weapon out her purse.
Where was her purse?
Next to her table where she worked at.
So you had an unsecured weapon with an 8-year-old
Where was
in
your Aunt
the
Ted
room?
Was she at that desk?
No, she was in the middle of the room with her, like, she had her chair in the middle of the room playing on that game.
And so you said she went to her purse and grabbed out a weapon. What do you mean by weapon, Zion?
A gun.
Was it a big long gun or a gun?
There were a series of poor decisions this evening. This is what I'm gathering.
And did you see her go to her purse and get that gun?
Yes, sir.
And what did she do after she took the gun out of her purse?
She just held it to her side. She didn't point it up. She just kept it next to her, like on her side.
And where did she go with that? After she picked up the gun?
She was about to start walking to the window.
Okay. And when she walked to the window, what did she do?
I didn't hear nothing after that. I just seen her fell on the floor.
Okay, I want to go back just a little bit.
Okay, so you hear somebody outside of your home, and instead of locking the door and calling the police, you pull a gun out of your purse and walk up to the window.
And you wouldn't talk about what happened?
I'm not understanding
Like when he took me.
that decision-making process.
I tried to do a ton of research on this, but the one thing I didn't do and I should have is I wonder how safe this neighborhood was.
Did you see whenever your Aunt Tay walked?
Well, they left the bicycle and the lawnmower on the front lawn.
Good point.
Away from her side.
I mean, that would suggest to me
Now, when we talked before, you said
that at least they felt it was relatively safe.
Do you remember that?
I mean, I don't know, but different people have different thresholds, obviously.
I mean, I just want you to remember exactly the way you do. Do you remember if she had the gun up or down?
Down.
Now, are you sure she didn't have it up at all?
No, sir.
Okay. And
Interesting.
how close did Aunt Tay get to the window?
So he's saying that she never raised the firearm?
Right, but in his initial interview with the child interview specialist, he said she raised it.
The defense is going to have to hit him with that. It's just going to be
She
tough
got pretty close to the window.
to be careful that way.
Was she saying anything to you as she got closer to the window?
No, sir.
Did you hear anything as she got closer to the window?
No, sir.
Did you see something that happened?
I seen her fell on the ground.
Did you see what?
You're telling me you didn't hear a gunshot?
No,
Are you
sir.
saying he didn't hear the
You
shot?
didn't see a man with a badge?
No, sir.
Did you hear anything before she fell to the ground?
No, sir.
What happened after she fell to the ground?
She started crying, and then after that, 2 police officers came and got me.
Did you know what had happened at that point?
No, sir.
Did you know if your auntie was hurt?
Yes, sir.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking, is it a dream?
I'm not saying the kid's lying, but the story doesn't
Because she was crying and just shaking.
follow.
What happened when the police then came into the bedroom?
They seen me and they told me to get up and they took me to the back of a police car.
Did one?
I think he's old enough and he seems definitely smart enough to understand
Of them, are you sure it wasn't just the woman
Like-
police officer?
the best thing to say.
Like the man,
He could be kind of-
But then the lady told him like.
That's what I was saying, is there are aspects where
halfway, like,
he's coming across to me as very heavily prepared by the prosecution. Which is,
Repeat what you just said.
normally I criticize lawyers for not preparing their witnesses enough, but when you have a precocious kid, sometimes it's better to just let them talk.
Is it okay?
Did you know
I
if
agree.
your auntie was still alive at that point?
Like, so do you think like he'd like prepped him enough to be like, I'm gonna ask you about hamburgers. I'm gonna ask you about.
Officer take you?
That was so obviously a staged conversation that they have
She took
gone through
me
before.
back to a back of a police car.
And when she took you to the back of the police car, what were you wearing?
Only underwear.
Were you cold?
Yes, sir.
Were you
And I'm
scared?
sorry, but if I'm the defense and I'm crossing this kid, you honestly are telling me you didn't hear a gunshot?
I thought
That's
it
the-
had
yeah,
to be
that-
something
I was gonna make a silencer joke. Like cops
Did
don't
you know
carry
what those
silencers.
police were
Like
doing?
that's weird.
No, sir.
And how do you remember
And
how
silencers
long-
aren't even that quiet anyway.
Yeah, they don't want
About like
that.
5 minutes. Waiting for the officer to come, where they was gonna take me.
Did another officer show up that you hadn't seen before?
Yes, sir.
He was different than the two that.
So either the cop is a fantastic marksman and made his shot
And what did that
from
officer
outside of
do?
earshot,
He was the owner of the
Or this
police
doesn't-
car,
right
so
by the
he
window,
could
this
man.
doesn't quite work.
Like a
Yeah, he was investigating the window,
And
right?
then after that, I fell asleep.
Was that officer very nice to you?
Yes, sir.
You remember his name?
No, sir. He never told me his name.
But he was really nice.
Yes, sir.
And how long, what happened after you fell asleep?
I fell asleep and then he woke me up and I was at like a little daycare or foster care.
Oh, the place where the woman talked to you?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, I wonder if they're going to get out ahead of the interview here.
Yes, sir.
And she just explained that she had to ask you some questions about what happened, is that right?
Yep,
Yes,
they are.
sir.
When did you find out about what happened to your auntie?
After a couple of days when I stayed with my mama, when she came and got me from the place,
And what did you find out had happened?
I seen she died. So when I seen she died, I went to my mama and asked her, "Is that true?"
Did you find out it was true?
Yes, sir.
How did that make you feel?
I was very upset.
Were you upset that night?
I
Did
was
it happen?
I wasn't upset. I was confused because I didn't know if when I was like if it was a dream and if I was waking up still.
Did you hear anyone get shot?
I don't think that's a sentence an 11-year-old came up with on their
I don't think you
own.
heard anything.
I'm sorry, I just don't.
I
Read.
probably don't just remember it, but I think I didn't hear nothing.
Did you hear the policeman say anything outside the window?
No, sir, I don't remember.
You remember him, you remember seeing him at all outside the window?
No, sir.
The house that you lived at with your granny and your aunt Tay, how many front doors did it have?
Had to
And which of those front doors did y'all normally use?
the side one, the one where the car was next to.
The side door that the cars were next to, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the other door points out to the street, right?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all use that one?
Sometimes if we order something to eat,
And those doors Did y'all normally keep the doors closed?
Yes, sir.
Now, because those hamburgers were burning, what you do with those doors? What you and Hot take with those doors that night?
So the front
Compound, leading, poorly phrased.
and the screen door was still kind of open.
At some point, I do have to start pushing back on this guy.
So y'all kind of open up the doors to let the smoke out,
Yes, sir.
but those glass screen doors were still kind of shut. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Those were open too.
This is a definition of leading. Like,
Yes. And you do get a little bit of leeway with that with kids.
hey, Gremlin, thanks for joining.
Gremlin? Good to see you today. What is this, mid-morning break?
Must be. Or did we miss something?
I thought the defense objected.
He might be sending the jury out.
I might have misheard it, but I thought it sounded like the defense objected to this line of questioning.
Hang on, Bill. You know what? Just it's in your pocket, isn't it? Okay, just clip it back on. It's okay. I got it turned off. Okay. We will start up at 10:45.
Okay, so just a mid-morning break. Yeah, because I didn't hear the prosecution say that they were done with the witness, and I don't think that they are.
That's kind of. He must be hardcore on his clock, huh?
Yeah.
10:30, we're done. At 10:30, we're taking a break.
I would have let the prosecution finish with the witness and just
Yeah,
come back.
it's like
Because I don't
that's
think
odd.
that the prosecution has a ton more to ask at this stage of the game. They pretty much finished the timeline.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Maybe I don't know how much more they have to get into his interview or not.
Yeah, that's true. You don't necessarily, I didn't see the interview, but I'm taking your word for it. Obviously, they can't let the defense get the only crack at that.
Well, and I haven't seen it. I just read a little bit about it.
Okay. Yeah, because if he told the interviewer, that she raised the weapon at the window, that's not good.
Right. Not hearing the gun.
That doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense. The only thing I'm could think of is maybe he blocked it out.
Shock or something.
Yeah, maybe he heard it, but he doesn't remember hearing it.
Yeah, but what are they going to do? Bring in a child psychiatrist or something and try to argue?
That'd be hard.
I mean,
but does it really matter? I mean, we know the shot was fired. Does it really matter if you heard it? So you know the shot was fired. I wonder, does it really matter if he heard it? It just makes a statement. It just makes his testimony seem a little inconsistent, huh?
I mean, that really is the bottom line. All he saw her was fall to the ground doesn't quite mesh with me. I mean, she apparently was still alive because he said that she heard her crying.
Yeah.
So she didn't die immediately. There's something not quite right about that picture in my mind.
Yeah. I can't. It probably not, like, the prosecution's probably not coaching inaccurate testimony, but his family members sure could be.
That's fair. That's possible. But to some extent, why does not hearing the gunshot help the prosecution anyway? It really doesn't.
It doesn't. I mean, he might just be telling the truth. Like, blocked it out.
That's what. Yeah, that could just be the fact that he just suppressed part of the stuff. But that's why that makes the initial interview at the foster care or daycare place much stronger evidence than his testimony now.
Yep. 100% agree. He did also say he didn't hear anyone outside.
That's true. That she said, "Did you hear that?" And he said, "No."
He seems to be hearing the questions just fine, though. So.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's actually has sort of auditory loss, but that is interesting because there are definitely things that you could prod at from that testimony so far.
Mm-hmm.
But the question is, how far can you go with a kid that's 11 years old?
Whose aunt got
adult,
killed in front of him?
Huh?
Whose aunt got killed in front of him?
Yeah.
Look,
I mean, if this were an adult, I'd have no problem shredding their story piece by piece. But
100%.
you can't do that to this kid, because you're just going to come across as re-traumatizing him.
Yep.
And if the jury hates you, that's usually not good for your client.
Mm-hmm. Tears could begin flowing in a couple of questions. Like,
that's the thing, is that if you push too hard and the kid starts crying, you're going to have a really bad time.
Yeah. Now, I have 2 8-year-olds and an 11-year-old, and I can't imagine any of them testifying as clearly and succinctly as this kid has. I mean, there are a few inconsistencies, but still, like, he's doing a pretty good job.
Oh, he's doing a fantastic job, but that's why I think that they spent hours and hours walking through, this is what I'm going to ask you, this is what you're going to say.
Now, is coaching allowed? Can you like completely coach?
No,
and then
you can't.
Okay.
Like, so you can't. What's the best way to explain it? There was one of the partners I worked for had a really good way of putting it that is escaping me for the moment. But basically, you can't tell your client to lie.
Right.
But you can tell them the best way of presenting their recollections.
Okay.
So as long as you're not telling them to lie, and you certainly can't do that. But, for instance, in like defending depositions, one of the things that we tell clients is there are only 3 answers. Yes, no, I don't know. No matter what the lawyer asks you. Or I don't recall. And even if you think you might recall, if you're not sure, go with I don't recall.
Yep.
So does that count as coaching? Kind of. But the whole idea is we phrase it as we don't want you to guess. Because if you guess wrong, that's going to be a problem for us.
Right. But that's more of cross, right?
Yeah.
Leading questions. How does a prosecutor prep? I mean, how would they have prepped this kid?
I think that they had a script of what they wanted to go through with the kid.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably started out with, just answer to the best of your ability. And what you sort of do is massage the person toward the best version of the answers. So, it's like, you can do it with adults too, where you'll ask, all right, so what do you remember? Let's, I don't want to take a real case, but you'll ask, like, what do you remember about this evening? It's like this, and this. It's like, okay, so let me ask you some questions about that, because some of this stuff doesn't really make sense. And memories are kind of malleable things. So without necessarily lying or necessarily implanting information in people's minds, you'll be shocked how people's recollections start to make more sense as you ask questions about them, even if their initial answer has holes.
And then if you do like 3 or 4 sessions like that,
then
the original answers become a lot more clear.
You get the story that you need without you're not implanting memories or telling them to lie or anything, but there are ways that you can ask questions to kind of massage people's recollections of events. That's why eyewitness testimony is very frequently the absolute least reliable.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Maddie, I don't know. We were talking about the exact same kind of thing. Maybe he did hear it and has just completely blocked it out.
That's entirely possible. I mean, the whole idea that, he wasn't sure if it was a dream or not, like, I find that believable. I don't think that he independently came up with that phrasing.
Yeah.
That seems like a little bit of a, more mature concept to frame it that way. But that could be absolutely true, and they just helped him find the words to describe it.
Yep.
See what I'm saying in terms of like coaching?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So it was like a dream? Yeah.
There you go. And again, you didn't put words in his mouth per se,
Yep.
but that's kind of how you thread that needle when it comes to preparing witnesses.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, kids' minds in processing things are different than how ours do, right? Like,
Yeah.
he could have processed it as a dream. Like,
Well, I mean, even adult witnesses who see traumatic events can have very spotty recollections. I mean, there was a case that we did in law school where a woman saw her kid get run over by a car and killed, and she could not recall the color of the car.
wow.
And it really was because the only thing she saw was her kid bleeding out on the street.
Yeah, I mean, you just focus in your mind. Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense.
So that was an interesting. But yeah,
And the
she
color of the
would
car
not
was
remember the color of
irrelevant
the
to her
car.
in that moment.
Exactly, and he saw his aunt, his beloved aunt, fall, clearly in pain and whimpering.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing he was thinking of was the chain of events.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can believe that.
Yep.
So for us it doesn't necessarily make sense, and it's not particularly helpful in terms of the reliability of the testimony at the end of the day, and that's what the cross is going to probably use to try and devalue his testimony.
Yeah.
But it's believable.
Yep. It's totally believable, but I think you also have to say, yeah, I think a jury could very easily be like, yeah, I don't necessarily trust that she didn't raise the gun.
Well, and that's the thing, is that if they have a written report from him being interviewed the first time, that is much more effective evidence than what he says on the stand today.
Yep.
I know. And to some extent, it's actually, in theory, if they really wanted to fight it, they would introduce the actual written statement during cross and make him reconcile those two things. Again, you have to do that very, very carefully, but that's what I would do if it weren't an 11-year-old kid.
Yeah. Okay, I need you to read the first 6 lines here on page 4.
Yeah.
Sir, I don't know how to read.
It would be like, but it's the question. The way that you would phrase it with an adult is, do you think your memory was better at the time than it is today? And they'd be forced to say yes. So which of these two versions of events should the jury believe? And they would be forced to say the one that I said the day after it happened or whatever it was.
So, Grandma, there was another officer on scene, but my understanding is that officer was on the other side of the house.
Yeah, I think
the
one of them
the neighbor was kind of looking out. The neighbor who called the police was in earshot, but in terms of like clear eyewitness, I think the kid is the only clear eyewitness.
Yeah. I mean, I think that I think that your explanation as to where the second officer was, I think that is what I recall from the reports as well. But even with the neighbor, what are they going to say? They saw a cop fire into the window from next door. Like,
Yep.
I don't know how that necessarily moves the ball forward all that much.
100% agree. So I think the simple answer to Grandma's question is yes, only eyewitness.
And if his recollection is shaky, that's kind of where we get the concept of reasonable doubt.
And then, Grandma, we do also have body cam.
We do, yeah, that's true. The body camera. Do you know? I don't recall. Does the body camera clearly show the victim and raising a weapon?
Nope.
Okay.
They have like still shots from it
Mhm.
that I've heard argued so clearly show her raising the weapon, but I don't see it.
Okay. I mean, I imagine if the prosecution doesn't play the whole thing, the defense will.
Oh yeah, I mean it's only a minute and a half long. That's
Yeah.
most of it.
That's the one thing that bothers me with how they place body cameras is if you are in a shooting stance, very frequently it's going to obscure what you're actually pointing your weapon at.
Gremlin, I love Gremlin questions.
I do too.
I searched this out last night and I couldn't find it. Do you know?
I can probably find it. What county are we in?
It is it starts with a T, like Tarrant County.
Okay. I should be able to find it.
It's Dallas Fort Worth.
Okay. Let me see. If you give me a few minutes, I'll see if I can find the docket. Texas is usually pretty good at uploading their files. Not every state is.
Yeah, like I mean, I saw some good stuff on even like the court website, but it just said murder.
Okay.
I'm sure you can find it. Like,
Well,
you know what you're doing.
Let's see. Let's see. Just give me a minute. I'll see what I can find. Let's see. This is called legal research.
Yes.
Do. Let's see. Oh, you're not kidding. The mayor absolutely threw this guy under the bus.
The mayor threw him under the bus. The police chief, like the first judge, was like completely angry at him. Like it was
that's
very
not.
interesting.
I wonder if the venue thing should have actually been granted.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a really tough one. So, if people are thinking, like, is that something you can appeal? That's going to be a clear error question. So it's very unlikely. Give me 1 second. I'm getting a phone call that I have to take.
No problem. Yeah, so just to kind of expound on what John was saying about the mayor and police chief throwing him under the bus. And the police chief came out the next day and said this was an absolutely unnecessary shooting that should never have happened. To the point of like, they really bus trucked him. Well, T-Can, I can't disagree. I mean, I think like John and I were talking about, these are the cases I love because I can see both sides. I mean, unnecessary, absolutely. Justified, I doubt it, but I still want to hear all the facts. I'm guessing the neighbor may be the next witness after Zion. Just a little bit of background on the neighbor. The neighbor, obviously completely shaken by the events. Like his life has been very negatively affected in terms of like his ability to work and things like that. But he's also been one of the larger leaders in the protests. He, during many hearings, he was out in front of the courthouse with signs, justice for I can never say her name, but justice for signs and things like that. There was actually a hearing on him in terms of if the court could limit him on doing any of that. Judge and prosecution and defense all really both said, "Sir, please don't do that." But there's nothing we can do to stop you.
See.
Yep, the neighbor is the individual who called, and clearly blames himself.
Right.
No, it's almost like
Nobody
stuff on the record, that's okay. And then break it.
John, I'll let you answer this one. This is why we have real lawyers.
Depends what the body camera shows. I mean, if it shows that she pointed a weapon at him before he fired, then you have a pretty decent argument that this was self-defense and he just happens to be quicker on the draw. I mean, that would be the argument, is that he was in reasonable fear for his life.
Yep. I have a hard time not taking that stance. But I also hate the fact that the cop can come to your window and shoot you. Like,
yeah. What's the name of this judge? Do you have that off the top of your head?
Oh gosh. So now that so I have a whole slide on all this stuff. Let me pull it up. I'm worried about pulling it up because I don't want my internet to be. But I think we're fine with you sharing. So let me.
All right, outside the presence of the
I'm just
jury,
trying to figure out
Mr.
which
Smith, there's matters
district
that the
court to look at the
state
records
wishes to
from.
place in the record
I might be
for-
able to find them.
Yes, Your Honor. We have just asked Zion Carr for cross-examination.
Not sure which judge this is.
In his direct examination, Zion Carr represented that he did not remember Atatiana Jefferson holding the gun up. He maintained that she kept it down in a waist.
Judge is George Gallagher. Gallagher.
Got it. 396 District Court.
Yep.
That is also
Okay, let's
than what
see.
we had said in our previous meeting. We have turned that disclosure over.
Let
to the
us
defense.
see.
This was the first time the state executive was heard him say that. It's not unusual for children on the stand to say something somewhat different. The state has no problem with that. It's just for purposes of 3914 and Brady. We want to put on the record that today was the first day.
Sorry, I'm trying to listen to what he's saying.
Defense is satisfied.
Yes, you are. And with the government.
Okay.
All right.
Get a mic, bro.
Yeah, no kidding.
And Your Honor, this will come out later at trial. We have agreed versus versus the defense in this witness. I'm going to say case law right to do. We have agreed with the defense that we are going to redact portions of the forensic interview and offer the portions of the forensic interview where Zion is discussing the incident on October 12, 2019 for the jury. So we will, this afternoon, after the review, we will get that redacted and get copies to the defense so we can agree on it from this field.
That's the defense's understanding. Would there be any objection to that procedure?
No, Your Honor, we would join this offer.
Okay. All right. Thank you to the lawyers. Mr. Smith, you'd have Mr. Carr come back in.
So the prosecution was pretty much saying, "Hey, we were not expecting them to say that," right?
Yeah, that seems to be the case. I don't know.
Come on, back up.
No shots of this defendant.
Let me check the microphone for you. Okay. Okay.
Unfortunately, Tarrant County's record system is unpleasant. So, unfortunately, without filing an account and providing information that I don't particularly want to give to Texas, I am not able to pull the docket.
All right. Both sides ready for the jury?
Stage ready.
All right, let's go.
You can sit down.
No, you sit down.
Oh, by the way, Cole, I don't think you have any moderators. Knight offered if you want to blue wrench him.
Awesome. You know how I do that?
Yeah, so if you go to your stream, on the top right, there's a
We are ready
participants
to proceed.
section.
So
And
can I do it in StreamYard, or do I got to go to the?
You got to go to the YouTube video.
Okay.
That's my fault. Hang on, I got it. Now we're working. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your name is Zion?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, United.
Thank you.
So yeah, if you go to when you're on the YouTube video, if you go to the chat, there are 3 dots, and one of them, because it's you, I don't see it on yours because it's your channel, but one of them should say
manage moderators.
Yep.
So you were very kind and answered all of Mr. Smith's questions for him this morning. Do you mind if I ask a few questions too?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And what I really want to
He
talk
minds.
about, since it's 11 o'clock in the morning and my stomach's growling, I really want to talk to you about those hamburgers.
What?
Are hamburgers your favorite food?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is?
It's buffalo wings.
Okay. I like those too.
This is a weird way to start.
Let's go back to when you were living with Aunt Tay. Okay? And that was Grandma Yolanda's house, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And Grandma Yolanda was in the hospital, did I get that right?
Yes, sir.
And your mom was also having some health.
T-Ken, it wasn't a welfare check. It was a call for an unsecured residence
Yes, sir.
How long have
at
you
2 in the
been
morning.
staying at that house?
I don't really don't know. I probably when I was like 5 or 6. So like a couple of years.
It wasn't your first day there, you've been there for a while.
Yes, sir.
And so at the time this all happened, it was just you and Aunt Tay staying there, right?
Yes, sir.
And the cars in the driveway, is one of those cars belong to Aunt Tay and one to your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Which one belongs to which?
The white one belongs to my auntie. The gray one belongs to my granny. But I don't think the gray one was there.
Sorry?
But I don't think the gray one was there.
Was there a pool in there?
No, sir.
Compared to most of the rest of the neighborhood, was that a pretty new house?
Yes, sir.
You know how long the house How long ago the house was built?
Like how long it took them to build it?
Yeah, how long had the house been there? You got any idea?
We just got it, so like I could say like 2 years.
2 years?
Yes, sir.
What had you and your aunt been doing earlier that day?
Playing video games.
Is that what you did all day?
Yes, sir.
His questioning is all over the
Yes,
place.
sir.
After you got home from school, you started playing video games?
Yes, sir.
Was there any lawn mowing work going on that day?
No, sir.
Was that the day before?
No, sir.
Did you have a bike?
Yes, sir.
What kind of bike did you have?
A BMX.
BMX bike?
Yes, sir.
You know where it was?
It was in the garage.
Did that house have one garage or two?
You notice how he keeps looking over at the prosecution every time he answers a question?
Yep.
No, because
That said, I still agree with
it
Nam now.
kind of because
I agree, Nate.
behind the garage is alleyway. Right after the alleyway, there's a building. So, kind of.
Have you ever cut the grass there before?
Yes, sir.
And make sure we got to cut the grass?
Yes, sir.
So was that your job?
Yes, sir.
How long did you have to do it?
Every time you get like 3 inches, I cut it.
He went out and measured it.
Did a little bit of money for that?
No, sir.
Just imagine him with like a plastic ruler.
And she also showed you how to cook hamburgers?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Remember what time that night you cooked the hamburgers?
Read that again.
Remember what time that night, let me rephrase it. Remember what time that night you burned the hamburgers?
Right after I got out of school.
So that door was sitting open for
12
hours.
hours.
Remember what time you got out of school generally?
No, sir.
Probably still daylight when you got out of school, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you go anywhere after school or did you just come straight home?
I came straight home.
You know, use the phrase extended care, do you know what that means?
No, sir.
After school, did you go play anywhere at school?
No, sir.
Okay, so classes were done, you got picked up and came home.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was getting.
Maddie, you're absolutely right.
Yes. And I mean, I saw the DA give him a fist bump, things like that. I'm sure he's most comfortable with them.
So that evening,
Yeah.
You said your aunt was playing video games?
Yes, sir.
Were you playing video games too?
Yes, sir.
Were you playing on the same device or were you playing on different devices?
Different.
That's a bad question, sorry.
And it probably is the only friendly face in the room, really, because if his mom's getting called as a witness, she can't be there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're gonna have to help me here, because I don't know a whole lot about video games, okay? You said something about your auntie and her friends. She was playing with her friends.
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
So she get the controller, then she go to messages, and she texted Miss CD on the play, and they said sure, so they made a party chat, and they just started talking.
Yeah, Maddie, I wholeheartedly agree.
And
Because he's doing a great job and he has no idea what these questions are going to be.
so she go to messages and text them, do they want to play, and then they say sure, so they make a party chat, and they start playing.
That board is much better. Keep that.
Okay.
This poor kid's gonna have to explain the gamer world to all these
I have this straight.
old players.
You can send a text message to people and invite them.
Yeah, fair point.
to run this game.
Yes, sir.
And they could be remote in some other house or some other town and still play the game, right?
Yes, sir.
Because in this electronic age we're living in, she can do all that online, right?
Yes, sir.
100% agreed.
She said she was playing a game called Ring Royale.
Ring.
Can you spell
REALM.
it? Realm Royale. That's how that.
Yes, sir.
No, I'm all outside.
He's like, oh shit. When he spelled it, he's like, oh yeah, it's realm.
It's like Call of Duty, but kid friendly. Like if somebody kills you, you turn into a chicken, and then you have to run around for 10 seconds. And if you run around for 10 seconds, you turn back to a human. But if they kill you as a chicken, you have to start another game up. You have to go to a different server.
You said something earlier about there being some shooting involved in it.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
I had never heard of that
So,
game.
like, you could forge
but,
weapons like swords, guns, and you could forge shields. Me and my auntie would usually forge shields and guns because the swords is really not that good.
They're going down the shooting, the video game, like first person shooter route here.
No, like it's when they join, they
I don't love this line of questioning.
No, I'm not loving this line of questioning. I know where he's going with it.
Me too, and I don't like it. I just don't think it's gonna work.
You never know. I didn't watch the voir dire.
That's how they do it, but
That's
if
fair.
like you want to do like you want to battle your friends, you have to go to like a custom match.
Which, by the way, that is the correct way to pronounce it, everyone. I don't care where you're from. It's a French phrase. Voir dire.
Voir dire.
There's a controller, right? The thing you hold in your hand.
Yes, sir.
That's how you play the game, right?
Yes, sir.
And on this controller, there's buttons you push, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the buttons, is there a button on that game, you push a button and shoot a gun?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's kind of what the game's about, right?
Yes, sir.
Shooting the bad guy. Is that what it's about?
It's not bad guys. It's just like I could say it's bad guys, but I don't know if it's really a game about bad guys.
No team.
Yes, sir.
That's a really honest answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got it. Okay. So, I think you described that you were in the bed
Yes, sir.
playing on your game,
Yes, sir.
and your aunt was where?
In the middle of the floor on her chair, sitting in her chair playing the game.
Say in the middle of the floor,
Like the middle of the room.
okay? Okay. And she's sitting in a chair,
Yes, sir.
and she was playing the game she was playing was on a TV screen, right?
Yes, sir.
The problem is that the answers are
Does anybody show
fitting
pictures of that room?
this narrative he's trying to put together.
Say it again.
Does
So it's
anybody show
working.
Pictures of that room,
Or at least
Yeah.
it seems to
The
be.
room?
You're right.
the room you were in?
No, because I was already in the room.
Was the TV screen that she was using to play on the one that was in front of the bed?
Yes, sir.
So in that room, there was a TV screen and there was a computer monitor, right?
Yes, sir.
She was using the TV screen, right?
Yes, sir.
I will add Maddie as well. Thank you all.
So it was just you and her in the house. Were there some pets also?
Yes, sir.
What kind of pets did you want there?
Dogs, kittens, and a rabbit.
How many dogs?
Sorry, it's kind of difficult. It's because some of them got missing and some of them died, so I had to count it.
So on this particular night, remember how many dogs were in the house?
There was like
Relevance?
2 dogs, one adult dog and one puppy,
And were there any cats?
3 kittens.
3. Three kittens
Yes, sir.
and a rabbit.
Yes, sir.
How's the rabbit get along okay with all the others?
What, because they were animals, she had no reasonable fear of an intrusion? I don't know where he's going with this.
Unless it just goes to the messy house.
Yeah, that's true.
Aunt was playing the video game, and she said she heard something out in the yard, right?
Yes, sir.
She didn't hear anything in the yard.
So awesome, Eddie. Thanks so much.
That's what you told us earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
And when she heard something out in the yard, she said that to you, I hear something, right?
Yes, sir.
And then what did she do?
She went to get her gun out her purse.
She had a gun in her purse.
Yes, sir.
Where in the room was her purse?
By her monitors. By her table where her computers are.
Was there anything else near the table where?
Not what I know of.
Was her purse near the window?
Like 5 feet away from it.
So 5 feet back into the room?
Yes, sir.
The same room all there.
Yes, sir.
And she went to her purse, and did she, was the purse up on the desk, was it down on the ground, or?
Down on the ground.
Reach into the purse
Yes, sir.
and pull the gun out.
Yes, sir.
How did she pull the gun out of the purse?
She looked at her purse and then when she looked at it, she got it and just had it next to her.
He's going where you were going, John.
Yeah.
Over there.
He's going to have him acted out, and it's going to look like the weapon was raised. Or if he doesn't, he's going to be impeached with the testimony.
He has something turned to the jury, and then like he's like, "Where? Who's that?" It's a good looking suit too there for that guy. I like it.
Remember which way she was facing?
She was looking towards the window.
How many windows do that room have?
One.
We say the windows, pretty clear which window we're talking about, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the window where she said she heard something?
Yeah.
Backyard?
Yes, sir.
You said she was looking out in that backyard?
Yes, sir.
You were looking out in that backyard too, weren't you?
No.
What were you looking at?
On the Nintendo Switch.
So it didn't capture your attention at all? Your aunt heard something in the backyard, pulled the gun out of the purse?
No, because at first she told me it might have been a raccoon, and I thought it might have been a raccoon too. She told me it might have been a raccoon, so I'm like, there's nothing I should care of.
I don't recall that being said before,
You ever
but
tell anybody
okay.
that before about the raccoon?
Yeah.
Never told anybody about that before.
Do you pull a gun for a raccoon?
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
He's never said it before.
Yes, sir.
Be clear, that's the first time you've ever said anything about a raccoon.
Yes, sir.
That's not great.
Nope.
Yeah, in the greater scheme of things, it's not, devastating, but it doesn't help
Back window.
the quality of testimony.
She threw it beside her.
I mean, if really the only thing that he was here for to say is that she didn't raise a gun, that's out the window. Like,
You talked to Mr. Smith earlier
Yeah.
about the fact that there was a.
Because he literally just said, I didn't see what was happening.
You got put in a police car, right?
Yes, sir.
And the police car that you were in took you down to a place where you sat in a room and talked to a lady, right?
Yes, sir.
Here's where he's going to bring in the statement to the therapist or whatever.
Yes, sir.
When anybody else,
And then it's over.
And
Testimony is useless to the state.
started talking to this lady, and you told her who you were, and how old you were, and where you lived, and stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you and this lady had a conversation.
Yes, sir.
And she was a pretty nice lady, wasn't she?
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
Did she get you some socks earlier?
I don't remember.
Good job on that. I don't remember though, man.
That was a good, I don't
That
remember.
lady started asking you some questions about what you'd seen that evening, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
And that lady, what you and she talked about was how important it was for you to tell the truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember.
Well,
She went over some questions with you to make sure that you.
now I don't believe you. I'm sorry, kid.
Yep.
Tell the truth, and tell you a lie, right?
Because he knows where this is going.
Yep.
Even the 11-year-old knows where this is going.
You don't remember?
No, sir.
I don't believe that for a second. That is coaching.
No, sir.
And you knew how important it was. Something she was talking to you about, right?
Yes, sir.
She told you to make sure that everything you told her was the truth, right?
Don't remember.
Yes, Maddie, you're correct. He knows that he's about to get caught in a lie.
She also told you and asked you if you knew that there was a camera in that room, right?
Still don't remember.
And you pointed and you told her, yes, there was a camera in there. Remember that?
No, sir.
And she told you that what you were saying, what she
Classic
was
turtle
saying
show.
were being recorded, right?
No, sir. Don't remember.
And you were okay with that.
It is amazing to see it in kids because he knows that this is not going well for him. He doesn't necessarily know why.
Yep.
And she told you that where you were was a safe place to talk, and that she was just going to listen to what you had to say, right?
I don't remember.
Would it help you to read her notes?
She told you that there weren't any right or wrong answers. All
Move to introduce.
I don't remember.
She was a pretty fair lady, wasn't she?
I don't know.
He's holding up well.
Yeah. I don't. She's fair or not, man. Yep.
That's where he needs to slow down. I think he made the point. I agree. I think he made the point. It's very obvious that he's being evasive.
Yep. Prosecution's trying to give him that little break right now.
Yeah. Which at some point just make up anything to give him a pause. There are plenty of times when you object, you know you're going to lose it, but you know that your witness needs a second.
And may we approach on this one?
Yeah, exactly. All right, yeah, they're taking a break.
Oh, interesting.
So do you think they call the therapist, or do you think they just introduce the notes?
I feel like you have to call her.
Yeah. I mean, that really is, at the end of the day, he's the only eyewitness to what occurred, besides the defendant, obviously, and you're not calling the defendant in this case.
But wait, how much of is it an expert exception to hearsay? How do you get in what he said to her?
Business records exception.
Okay.
At least that's what I would try. It would be contested. But her notes are a contemporary accounting that she does for a living.
Yeah.
If I'm the state, I try to keep it out, but I think you get that under business records.
What do we have going on here?
All right. I have noticed that throughout the testimony, you have been gesturing to this witness.
Oh,
Cannot have that.
That's his aunt.
So I've sworn you in as a witness. If you will sit outside in the hallway, and we will call you in when we need you. Thank you very much.
So the aunt, so that's maybe who he was looking at.
Yep.
The aunt was coaching.
I knew there was something going because the prosecutor turned his head back at that.
That's not good.
Sidebar, and I was like, "What?"
Come back in.
Yes, sir.
So the aunt was giving him some sort of signaling to. I don't remember. I don't know all of that.
Yep.
That's not great. And she just got reprimanded in front of the jury, so they're not going to forget that now.
They didn't.
So I think the jury's still in the courtroom.
No coaching of any witnesses by anyone in this room. Understood? All right.
I think the jury's still in the box.
I think they are.
That's not great.
I mean, the camera went up for a minute, so they could have had him leave, but I don't think he did. No, because I mean, the kid's coming.
It would
right
have
back
taken.
in.
It would have taken longer
Yep.
than that. Yeah, Maddie, you're right. You'd call the therapist or whoever it is just to verify that those are in fact her notes and that they were taken at or around the time of the transactions described therein.
Now listen, you speak better when you speak up. Okay, so speak up loudly, like you're answering a question from the teacher in the classroom. Okay. Both sides ready for the jury?
Oh,
Okay, they did go out. Okay, good.
Right.
Good. So far, I like how this judge has been handling things.
Yeah, he hasn't tasted it.
He hasn't tasted anyone. That's true.
Answering the question in class, okay? Need some more water?
You got to think it's not easy for a judge either when you have a child witness,
Yeah.
because you do have some sort of obligation to make them feel comfortable, even though it's obviously an uncomfortable position to be in.
That gesturing like really makes me mad though.
Yeah, that bothers me.
Like, what are you doing, lady?
Well, she was kicked out. I don't think she should have been allowed to be in there in the first place. But
Come on, baby, seated. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Gill.
Nick, my take is that he wanted to be there. Like, they have him on camera and everything. My take is that he wants to do this for his aunt.
yeah, he seems willing, and obviously the prosecution would like him to be there in person. And you got to think, if that woman's gesturing to him in open court, God help us in terms of who's going to be not on camera if she testified virtually.
Yep.
They invited you to come down, they want to hear what you got to say.
Yes, sir.
How many times did you do that?
Repeat that.
How many times did you come visit with them?
I was like once or twice.
Did we lose a little volume?
Yeah, I think we did. I think I have a little room to turn it up on my end.
Yes, sir.
No, I do not.
Dang.
Did they play that video recording for you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You had a chance to, which video recording?
I really hate it when lawyers question people while sitting. It's just a pet peeve of mine.
Especially the defendant isn't in custody, so there's no reason.
Yeah.
Did you watch the one of you and talking to the lady?
Yes, sir.
You watched a different video?
Yes, sir.
Me too.
I can understand that.
Which video did you watch?
Do I have to answer that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you do.
Let me ask you a different question. So the video of the camera the police officer had on,
Yes, sir.
did you watch that with these two folks?
Yes, sir.
You had already seen that before, hadn't you?
What, the video? Yes, sir.
How many times?
I just feel bad because it's so obvious that he knows that this is not going well.
Right.
All the one?
I don't remember.
Man, I can't hear him.
Other than the,
Oh,
before you saw.
And I can't imagine that him watching his aunt get reprimanded and tossed out didn't rattle him.
No, sir.
The first time you saw it was after you talked to the lady.
So even if the jury didn't see it, the kids certainly did.
Two DAs over here, you talked to them about this. Who else did you talk to?
Nobody.
Not a single soul in the entire world. You didn't
I
talk
don't
to
know. I just don't like talking about what happened. So that's why I never told nobody.
That's fair. Wasn't your mom curious about what happened?
No, because she's seen the video already.
You just haven't talked to anybody at all.
No.
You know who the guy in Lee Merritt is?
Yes, sir.
Who is Lee Merritt?
He was a lawyer, attorney lawyer.
He represents your family, doesn't
Yes, sir.
he? Did you talk to him about this?
No, sir.
Not a word.
No, sir.
You asked what he found.
Redirect.
Yes, sir, briefly.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, I'd like to say,
Okay.
when it's got down from the stand, the defense piece of radio from on, demonstrated how Kay had the gun, his right hand was out at his belt line, his right elbow slightly bent, and his fingers were pointing out to his nose.
That's not appropriate during redirect.
Okay, that's what the court's recollection was.
Okay, Zion, I just had a few more questions, okay? Now, are you
That's
sure
weird.
that we watched that video? Did you watch that video?
He wanted to get it into the transcript because he pantomimed it, but that's not really the right way to do that.
What, the time that you came to see us a couple of weeks ago, what did we do?
We just talked and I drew a picture for you.
You just talked and drew a picture. You didn't watch the video that day, did you?
No, sir.
And
Leading.
did we go to a courtroom?
Yes, sir.
What did we do in the courtroom?
He showed me where I'm gonna be at and how I'm gonna be on the mic and all that. And I seen a judge, not this judge, but a different judge.
And we talked, kind of asked some of the same questions we did earlier today about sports and things like that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Don, have you ever done anything like this before, testifying for a bunch of people?
No, sir.
it's not. Having to do this is not great.
This isn't even a great rehab.
It's been pretty great today.
Thank you.
We'll pass it.
Mr. Gill.
So I have just a couple more questions. When you met with, these two folks over here a couple of weeks ago, you told them something different about how your aunt was holding that gun, didn't you?
No, sir.
You told exactly like the same way you told here today?
Yes, sir.
Now he's got to impeach him.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's all we have.
Mr. Smith.
No further questions.
Oh, he didn't
This
impeach
witness
him.
be excused subject to any-
He doesn't need to. He got what he needed.
Okay.
No objection to the state, Your Honor.
Okay.
I guarantee they're going to bring in the therapist's notes, and
Okay, that makes
they're
sense.
gonna call him a liar without saying it to his face.
Yeah, because that would have sucked.
Yeah,
He held up, no tears.
He did well. That's a great suit, by the way.
Okay.
I love
I'm
that
gonna
you said
stop
that
a
earlier. I
little
love this
bit
suit.
earlier than noon. The lawyers have indicated to me that the next witness may be rather lengthy, and rather than getting started and having to stop, we're gonna stop now.
Oh, they're already
We will
done
start
for
up
the day?
in the morning at 9, like we
Yeah.
did this morning,
Okay.
and we'll be on a regular schedule from that point on.
For those of
So very
you that missed it
important,
when I
don't
was telling
discuss
John
case
earlier,
amongst yourselves. Stay
we have a
away
half
from
day
the media.
today
You know the
because
drill in the morning,
the
okay?
lead defense attorney
If you'll follow
actually
Deputy
passed away
Nicholson, all right.
a week ago Sunday. So there are a lot of, and he's a really prominent member of the Fort Worth community. There's a lot of these folks will be attending his funeral this afternoon.
I'll say this. I think the defense started off their cross a little rocky,
All right,
but
thank you, everybody. Oh,
I
wait,
think
wait.
they extracted
We need a
everything
record.
they needed
Yes,
to.
Everyone may be seated, please.
Your Honor, and if I may, we met Dale Smith, Ashley Diener, and Mo Brown at the Zion Car on November 15th, 2022. It was during this meeting that Zion Carr disclosed to us that he had seen the body cam footage. At no point at any time during that meeting or any time prior has any representative of the Tarrant County Criminal District Attorney's Office ever shown the body cam footage to Zion. That was included in a disclosure sent to the defense via email on November 18th, 2022. So again, that was another instance of we just want to make sure the court was aware, the defense was aware, we have not shown him the video, Mo Brown.
Then where did he see it?
And he's never represented us to us before that he believed we had shown him any video.
And y'all acknowledge receipt of the previous email.
Yes, sir, I don't think the state has shown him that. We got the email. It's clear from the
His aunt showed it to him.
I know that. You know that. But they can't prove that yet.
Yeah. Or a kid at school.
Yeah.
And subsequent video footage has shown that he met with him over and over. And that's in the records of the pre-trial. So I think we already have something.
All right.
We'd like further disclosure about how we do this off the record.
Okay.
We'd like further disclosure about what his gesture was during that.
Okay, we can talk about that and then we come out and name that and put it on the record. Okay. Mr. Smith, anything else that we need to do out in court today
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
from the defense? Okay, thank you. We're done.
Why do people do that with kids, man?
What do you mean?
I just feel like a kid's going to testify. There's way more chance that they're going to be influenced by outside forces that they shouldn't be being influenced by.
Sure. But I
People
think
just
that, like you said, it could have been some kid at school that showed him the footage. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But it is important to get out that he saw the footage, and that probably influenced his testimony. It doesn't necessarily have to be that the DA did it in any sort of improper way, but it has an impact on how he testified, and so the jury should be able to know that.
Who he is in the back corner, very back corner.
Yeah.
I'm keeping his 2 phones until the trial's over. I'm gonna tell us you're not allowed in.
See if we pick up any.
Hang on. That's my fault. 1 second.
I got a third one for you.
So it seems like there's another person that was in some way misbehaving during the trial.
What do you mean?
The judge was just saying that a woman is having her phones confiscated.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Because I think she was recording.
I understand. You're good.
Come up, sir.
And is being kicked out of the court for the rest
We
of
got something else going on here. Who's coming up now? It's kind of weird to pan down on her like that.
Yeah, that was a little odd. All right, I think that might be the end of the feed. So let me do
Okay.
that.
Cool.
All right. So this was kind of interesting. I mean, I thought the kid did very well on direct. I think he did less well under cross. I think that the defense was effective without breaking the kid, which was what they had to do.
Yep. I think the cross was pretty perfect. Like they didn't come across as jerks, but they still got the point across. And like you were saying, like where I was like, well, you got to impeach him now. You're like, no, they can do that later without being jerks directly to him.
Yeah, you can demonstrate to the jury that the kid's a liar without calling him out to his face.
For sure.
And again, I don't believe for a single second that when he was testifying about what he told this woman the day after, that he actually didn't recall or didn't know anything. Like it did not come across as credible.
And no, I mean, knowing that he was getting gestured to, there was a gesture for I don't remember. Like
there has to have been.
There was a hand gesture for I don't remember. Like,
and you sort of wonder because even if the reprimand did not occur in front of the jury, you got to imagine a juror or two might have noticed that.
Like everyone else clearly did. Like I'm sure they did. Like I mean juries are known to pan over the
gallery,
audience quite often, right?
Very frequently, they will pay attention to the gallery, which is one of the reasons why for instance, when you have these kinds of trials, even if you have family members that aren't witnesses, particularly the ones that are witnesses, obviously should not be there, right. But the ones who aren't, filling the gallery with people on one side or the other really does make a difference. I mean, when I went to the Trevor Summers trial,
Oh, did you go down there?
Yeah, I didn't
know you went
to the
was
literally
trial.
Hillsborough County. So I went for the sentencing. So I was there a couple days, and I met Lisa and her kids, and they were really cool. But
That's cool.
But yeah, when you were there for the sentencing, her side of the gallery was absolutely packed with people, and there was nobody on his side. And they were actually curious because I couldn't necessarily find a seat, and I actually wanted to see the jury. So I went over and sat on his side of the gallery so I could see the jury from that angle.
So they're like, "Are you on this asshole's side?"
Like, no, absolutely not. And so yeah, I reported on that with Mike, and so they ended up seeing it. And so I went for the second day. Hang on.
That phone call
This
being made to
is-
Susan Mitchell. You understand?
Oh,
You're free to
We got
go.
the judge yelling at somebody else.
okay. Yeah, he's yelling at somebody else. Whatever. It's not particularly relevant. But in any event,
They need to look at
but yeah, so when I went there for the second day, they were like, "Oh, it's famous John!" Like the kids were so cool. I mean,
That is awesome, man.
Just a great family. But yeah, people do notice like which side of the court you sit on and all of that. Like that does mean something.
Yeah.
So it was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if the court, I mean, there's going to be folks like you that will sit on the other side because that's where you can get a seat.
Well, like I said, it was literally, I mean, there were spaces, but because of the way the courtroom's set out, facing toward the bench, the jury sits over on the right side, and I wanted to be able to see their facial expressions during the closing. So I ended up sitting on the defendant's side.
Yeah. What was the case? What was the last one in Florida after Trevor Summers?
Which one?
With the same judge.
Oh, shoot! What was the name of that one? This all blends together.
They're all blending together too.
Let me go back through my channel because I think I covered a decent chunk of it.
Yeah, you did.
Which one was it?
The
was
dude,
it
the
was
dude
it
cut his girlfriend's
Terry
throat.
case? Yeah,
Yeah,
it was a
Terry.
case.
Matthew Terry.
Yeah.
I mean, that was there was a camera that was showing the gallery the whole time in that trial.
Yep.
And, like that was very evident. Like there's
that
one side.
that one was ridiculous because look, I mean, after After Nick Cruz not getting the death penalty, you kind of knew that Terry wouldn't either.
Yeah.
But what was interesting about that case from kind of like the background perspective was originally the prosecutor in this county was not going to go for the death penalty. He gets fired, and his replacement says, no, we're gonna at least roll the dice. And she actually sat in the back of the gallery to watch her underlings for the part of it.
So I learned that from a really good source. You.
Yeah, well,
I saw you talking about that before.
But yeah, I cover the Hillsborough stuff. I have contemplated applying for a prosecutor's position, but then I can't cover the cases here anymore.
Yeah.
So, but that would be fun.
Well, I think this is a perfect half day. We're just at like 3 hours.
Yeah,
perfect first day of stream.
Oh,
I think I had 10 concurrent viewers at one point. So that
I said it from the very beginning when I first started. If I can get 10 people to listen to me, then I would be very happy. And you'll see, it ramps up quick.
Yeah, yep, that's awesome. I'm super excited.
Once people start seeing your stuff, and you've got the right people here, they'll keep blasting you out. So it's good.
Yes, and thank you to all those people that are here. I really, really appreciate it. Night of Nye and Maddie for. I was actually thinking last night. I was like, how am I going to ever get admins? Like, I don't know, or mods. I don't know how to do that. So I killed that bird. Yep. And thank you for joining me on the first ever live stream, man.
Hey, my absolute pleasure. It was a lot of fun. I was glad we were able to sort of sort out the technical stuff, and it just gets easier. I promise you, it genuinely does. Just doing it the first time.
I'm glad I have a half day too now, because now I'm going to have to figure out how I can do this without someone else sharing their desktop. I'm hardwired in, so I don't know what's going on. But
I have no idea. I stream over Wi-Fi from my laptop, so I don't know.
And it works just fine.
I mean, so far,
man,
it's been pretty okay.
It might be this computer. I might be buying a new computer this afternoon.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, I don't have a camera. I don't have sound equipment. I'm absolutely slumming it. And I do have some fans that have reached out and suggested that they would be willing to send me stuff, but I don't.
That's cool.
A little bit bad saying yes to that.
Yeah, I mean, bootstrapping this stuff, I'd probably be willing to take everything I can get. Right?
That's a fair point. I should probably just say yes. At some point, I need to start like a PO box. Right? People really do come out of the woodwork to try and help you out. I mean, I have different moderators that do research and suggest cases for me, and almost like produce the show. So all I have to do is go on and talk.
Man, that would be awesome.
You can get there.
I'll get there.
Absolutely.
I will.
And your commentary is fantastic. It really it is.
Well, thank you.
So,
are you going back to the God, my brain just stopped working 5 minutes ago. Are you going back to the
this Border Patrol agent?
Yeah, the Border Patrol agent tomorrow.
God, I really don't want to. I know Legal Vices is still doing it, but that case is just actual torture. Yep. So I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I have a couple things. I was a little frustrated this weekend, and I don't know. Maybe you saw some of that, where I had 2 projects that fell through on me.
I saw your Twitter. I saw the tweets about it.
Yeah, and I was a little discouraged about that. So this was perfect, just being able to chill with you and talk for a little bit.
Perfect.
But yeah, that was frustrating. So part of it is I need to focus on projects that I don't necessarily need people on for, at least for a little bit, because that is discouraging.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
it's kind of weird that would happen.
What do you mean?
The people just kind of bail out the last second. One of them was good buddy, right?
Yeah, I was not thrilled, but look, people get busy and stuff comes up. It's fine, but I don't think, perhaps he doesn't necessarily realize when I sent that out, there were going to be a few hundred people waiting.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I don't know if you just didn't quite get that.
Yeah, I mean,
people
I
can't just
in this space. people that aren't in the space probably like, okay, yeah, he's gonna make a video. Or like,
Yeah, it's
sounds
like,
he's
oh, we're
doing
just gonna
something
go
fun.
make a video. Like, no, I have like 250 people waiting for me.
Yep.
And that just, it stinks to have to apologize for that, but it is what it is, and
I
whatever.
did catch a little bit of the chill stream you did.
Yeah, that one
it was still really good.
That one turned out okay. I mean, I felt bad about that one because again, it was literally just my internet went out on me.
Oh, okay.
And so
I know the feeling.
the person that I had lined up to debate with, she didn't know what was going on because I was on the phone with the internet provider trying to frantically get that figured out.
I wonder how many YouTubers a day that they get. They're like, I have a whole audience and it's like,
yeah, well, I was literally, let's put it this way, I used some very choice language with customer service on that one, but I got it turned back on. By that point, the person I was going to debate with and the person who was going to moderate were doing other things. So it just kind of fell through. And so I figured, you know what? I feel bad. The least I can do is chill and talk with you guys for a little bit. And people seem to be kind of okay with that. It was disappointing for me, probably more than a lot of the chat. I think they actually enjoyed it. And that's what they seem to be saying. But I'd prefer to actually have content that's interesting as opposed to me just talking.
I'm with you, man. Like,
so I have a few ideas in the works, though, that might be kind of interesting. If you want to, let's see, what is one that I am looking at in the not too distant future that I can invite you on for? So you're going to be covering this wall to wall, you think?
Yeah, I'm going wall to wall.
Okay. So maybe one evening I was looking at where is this? This is more of like a general kind of topic. So I'm trying to figure out which one I want to run with. But I have a couple ideas in the works of different kind of more like Supreme Court-y kind of cases.
Oh, cool.
At some point, I really do want to do Terry v. Ohio and Pennsylvania versus Mims as kind of the Fourth Amendment stuff, which is kind of interesting. It might be an interesting crossover with this case because there is a kind of a Fourth Amendment component to what they pulled off here.
Say more. I'm trying to think.
So, like a Terry stop, or like when they're allowed.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Like entering the house.
Like they did enter the house under kind of interesting pretenses.
Yeah, that was interesting. I thought that was really cool. You picked that up. I would never pick that up because I'm like, well, it was like in some sense that someone's down, but you're like, yeah, they created it. Like,
right, exactly. So that might be kind of an interesting one. If you're gonna be covering this, then maybe in the evening do some of kind of the legalese background, like what is your rights when it comes to your own domicile, and when can the police come in or not. I'll put something together, and if you're interested, that might be kind of cool.
always interested. That sounds awesome. And I mean, I'm all about like I'm very interested in the whole like your own domicile, self-defense, police, Fourth Amendment rights. Like, we'd love to talk about that.
No, it's a huge one, and like you pointed out, and I pointed out as well, was you can't create your own exigent circumstances. That kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah. Now the thing is though, they didn't charge anybody with anything.
Sorry?
The police didn't charge anybody with anything. So, I mean, a lot of times when you violate someone's Fourth Amendment rights, all that really does is help them to suppress evidence, things like that, right?
Sure, but that's why well, they didn't charge anyone because the person that they essentially would have charged is dead. Yeah. And so it's a little hard.
And they weren't going to charge Zion for burning the hamburgers.
Right. So, there wasn't really anyone left alive to charge.
Yeah.
But, look, as a practical matter, if she had survived that, I could imagine some charges they could come up with.
Really?
Yeah, child endangerment, sure.
You're right.
I'm
like, no, she legally owned that weapon. But you're right.
She also left it unsecured with an 8-year-old in the house.
8-year-old, 245.
You had an 8-year-old apparently cooking, and then you playing video games with him, distracted, and could have burned the house down. I mean, I could imagine some things if they really wanted to.
I don't even know if I buy the whole hamburger story, though, dude.
Huh?
The more I think about it, I don't even know if I buy the whole hamburger story. When he asked, when did you cook them? And he said, right after school.
Well, that means that for like what, 6 hours they left the door
It's
open?
like 12 hours. If you got to school at like 3 o'clock, it was like 12 hours.
Yeah, like that doesn't totally jive.
And what's he doing up at 3 in the morning?
I genuinely do not know. I mean, there were many decisions that the decedent made over the course of that evening that I have serious questions
And there
about.
always are. Like, that's the thing. Like, you hear the initial facts, and you're like, that's crazy. That could happen to me. And then you hear about some of the other decisions, and you're like, that might not necessarily be as easy. That might not be as easy to have happen.
Well, and even when the defense did their open and they said like, oh, you had the lawnmower and the bike in the front yard, it looked like people were like stockpiling stuff, and that's very common with burglaries. I believe that.
I do. 100%.
You get the stuff on the front lawn, and then you pull up the van to throw it in there as quickly as possible.
I mean, the officer didn't go in there to shoot somebody.
No, I don't think so.
He was scared. He thought someone was in there, and he probably made bad decisions around that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. But if you pull up to a scene at 2 a.m. where the door's open, there's stuff being piled up in the front yard. I mean, what do you is it unreasonable for an officer to think some sort of burglary or home invasion, and then somebody at the window has a weapon?
Yep.
The standard at the end of the day is, was the officer subjectively and objectively in reasonable fear of great bodily harm or death?
If you saw the gun,
I'm having a really hard time under that standard saying no.
I'm having a really hard time with that too, because I think the answer is yes, but and there's multiple cases like this, right? Look,
yes.
The George Floyd case, like, I have a very, very hard time saying that Chauvin shouldn't be convicted of that, right? But at the same time, with these police officers, like, and I shouldn't use Chauvin as an example, but the police officer self-defense cases, Kim Potter.
Kim Potter is a good example.
Like, I mean,
well, and I also, as a general matter, and
a kid shouldn't get shot and killed by the police for what he did, right? That lady definitely shouldn't. Like, I do not want the police to be able to shoot. Like, I'm a crazy libertarian. I do not want the police to be able to shoot me through my window.
I think part of the problem that I have is, and I've talked about this before, so I'm a broken record. Maybe somebody will find it interesting. But there has been this push from really law schools and the legal academy to criminalize professional negligence, which was never the way that was supposed to work. I mean, think about the nurse case where she filled the wrong prescription and they decided to prosecute her for manslaughter. It's like, these are accidents. And so
accidents are not supposed to be criminal.
Exactly. This is like the Kim Potter case. I think that mistake of law is not a defense. Ignorance of the law is not a defense. But mistake of fact, if she, honest to God, thought she was pulling a taser, which I am willing to accept that explanation.
I think the prosecution was willing to accept that premise.
Yeah, but see, that's where I'm saying is that this was a question then of professional negligence, which is a civil claim. You shouldn't go to jail for that.
Well, if you heard Judge Mommy's rationale for completely deviating from the sentencing guidelines and making it completely small, she made the argument why it should never have been charged.
I think you're right. I think she agrees with me on that.
Yep.
And but
it's her job to not. It's her job to then dismiss that. Right? She could dismiss that case, right?
Can she?
Politically, she can't. But
I mean, does she want to lose her job?
Okay. I mean, it's definitely the prosecution's job.
It is the prosecution's job at the end of the day. Like I said it before, a good prosecutor lets more free people go free in a week than a defense attorney will in their careers.
Yeah. What's that famous saying? Better 100 men go free than one innocent man go to jail. I wholeheartedly believe in that.
That's Black's formulation. And who was it? It was Adams when he was defending the Redcoats after the Boston Massacre that added to it, something along the lines of because when innocence itself is brought to the bar and condemned potentially to death, then the average citizen will say it really doesn't matter whether I do good or ill. because it's not a protection, and that would be the end of security within our society. And I wholeheartedly believe that.
And I know I might not be in full agreement with a lot of people on this, but I think our system actually does a really good job of that for the most part.
I tend to agree. I genuinely do tend to agree. I mean, this is a point that I make a lot, and I see it certainly on the civil side, but I also, since I've been covering these cases, I think more often than not, juries work really hard to get it right.
Yeah, well, so that's very interesting that you said that, because I've been keeping a tally of what I think the jury should do on like the last 15 cases I've watched.
Sure.
And it's been 14 out of 15 that I agreed.
Yeah, and even
like,
really
I feel like they get it right. Like,
even really difficult cases where there is huge political pressure the other way.
Yeah. I mean, the Cummings case, man.
Yeah.
I was still nervous the jury was going to go. Like,
I was not sure on that one either, but like,
but they got it right, and they got it right in like 2 hours. Like,
yeah. Well, and I think that's kind of the interesting thing, because lawyers always have the joke that a jury is just the 12 dumbest people you can find in the phone book.
I'm starting to not believe that the more I
But
watch these cases, man.
The more that I actually have engaged with juries, the more I believe that they really do work extremely hard to get it right. And like with my cases, afterwards, you'd be shocked how many jurors, once they're released, are willing to stick around and talk with me.
Yeah.
Like, they genuinely take it seriously.
Yeah, that's awesome that they do that.
Yeah, and they don't have to, obviously. Like, you notice every time the court says, look, if you want to talk about the case now, you're released and you're free to, but you don't have to either.
But you think most of them do stay around?
I catch up with people in the parking lot. I'm like, hey, can I just ask you a couple questions? Just because I'm curious.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll stop and they'll talk with you.
Well, and to me, it seems like it's the best way for you guys to learn.
Well, it's the only way, because nobody knows what goes on in the jury room at all, ever. I mean, by definition, there's no way that we can know that. One of the examples that I bring up is it's a good film, but one of the things that really ticks me off when it comes to 12 Angry Men is that probably should have been a mistrial, because that one juror engaged in independent investigation. You can't do that.
You cannot do that.
But there's no way anyone would ever know.
Dude, I mean, how often do you think juries really do independent investigation?
Probably not that frequently. I mean, I can't imagine why you would bother. But
I try to put myself in that situation, because I love doing the independent research.
Yeah.
But I also really respect the judiciary, like the judicial process. And I don't know if I would or not. Like,
well, that's one of the things that kind of stinks about being a lawyer, is that nobody's ever going to pick me for a jury.
Yeah.
And I would love to be able to be on a jury and see what actually happens behind the closed door.
Yeah.
It would just be really neat. But and I understand why they don't put lawyers on juries, because it becomes a jury of one, because the presumption is
everyone's going to ask the lawyer what you think.
And they're that's going to be the end of it. Mm-hmm. Interesting case, by the way, though, was Rudy Giuliani got put on a criminal trial in New York as a juror.
Really?
Which you would think that would be unlikely.
How long ago?
This was, I was still in law school, so what would that have been? Maybe 18, 17?
Okay, so post-mayor.
Yeah, post-mayor, but, he, again, former federal prosecutor.
Yeah.
You put him on a criminal jury? And I was talking to one of my law professors at the time. That's how I knew about it. And we kind of came to the conclusion that the defense was sort of okay with it, because they thought that maybe some of the other juries would just hate him so much that they would acquit anyway. But I don't know that, but that was kind of the supposition we came to.
Man, I can't even get into the actual pool that shows up. Like, I get my summons. I hope that I actually get called. I call in, and they're like, "Yep, your number doesn't have to come in."
In New York, I have only ever been called once, and I volunteered and was released anyway. Like, they literally said, like, "Does anybody actually want to be on the jury?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'm in."
This is hilarious. Actually, I've heard of that stuff kind of happen a lot.
Exactly what the insurers offered 2 years. And granted, exactly what the insurers offered 2 years before the trial.
Yep.
I mean, that happens fairly frequently,
and it makes a lot of sense to me too. Like, just okay, yeah, you're right, but like, we're not giving you more than they offered.
Well, and you see it a lot. I mean, look, you'd be surprised how many defense verdicts we get. I mean, just absolutely, you don't get a dime. And this is talking about like med mal stuff. I've seen very sympathetic plaintiffs where I feel bad that they're not going to get a dime, but it's like, what are you gonna do? The doctor didn't actually screw up. It just, these things happen.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that kind of goes back to that, like, the criminally liable definitely shouldn't be for mistake, but also, really, you're putting your neck out there to be a doctor. Nobody's perfect. Like, should you really? I mean, I guess they have insurance, but
Well, I mean, they have insurance, but again, insurance has nothing to do with criminal liability.
right. But I'm saying from a civil matter, like, it still kind of messed up.
And
holding
not
them liable,
for
but
nothing though, but even as a civil matter, I mean, depending upon your specialty, your malpractice premiums might be $250,000. I mean, you see that a lot with OBs. Why people
Right.
don't go into that field.
Yeah.
And what do you think this criminalization of professional negligence does to recruitment in those fields?
Yeah.
If I know that as a nurse,
especially with the cops, dude. Like,
with the cops is a great example, and you've seen recruitment numbers just plummet.
Mm-hmm.
And not for nothing, it's usually the good cops that are the ones that walk away first, not the ones that probably shouldn't be there.
Probably because the good cops have other stuff they can go do.
Look at all the early retirements in the NYPD. I mean, I would prefer a 20-year veteran on the force to stick around for a little while.
Yeah.
Or do you want everybody to be rookies? Like, which do you think is going to be more dangerous for?
Who's going to make more mistakes? Like,
exactly. And these are also the people that do train the new folks and do so in a way where they have experience to say how to handle these dangerous situations without, say, for instance, let's take this case, handling it in a way where you don't find yourself in that position where you're scared and you have to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
That's it's unfortunate. You see that a lot with, after that nurse case, nursing has been going down. I mean, I definitely know doctors that have straight up quit over being sued for BS stuff.
Yep. Did you see the I think it's Dr. Hustle case? He had Jose Baez as his defense attorney.
For some reason, the name rings a bell, but I'm not familiar with it.
Like he had patients that were dying, like critically ill patients, and he would medicate them quite heavily for palliative reasons.
Okay.
And some of them died. They were going to die anyway, and like he got charged with like 8-10 counts of murder for it.
Wow.
He got acquitted, but
I mean, you do see, like, I can agree with actual angel of death murders. And I mean, in terms of prosecuting them.
Yeah.
If you're actually medicating to the point that they die prematurely, I have a problem with that.
And what he really showed was like, no, yes, they're high doses, but it's because these people had huge tolerance levels.
Sure.
And that's pretty much why, I mean, that was the crux of his case.
And, look, I'm sure that they probably brought in a fantastic pain, management expert to explain that it was not outside of the standard of care. And this is what, New York is relatively lenient toward doctors when it comes to their standard, because it is, the plaintiff has to demonstrate that the doctor deviated from what a reasonable physician in the same circumstance would do.
Yep.
And that, the way that I've explained it in the past, is the tie goes to the doctor because they have specialized knowledge and they are entitled to a certain degree of professional choice. I mean, do you want your physician to literally just read from a manual and do whatever it says, or do you want them to use their training and experience to craft a treatment regimen? I mean, I think every patient would say the same, that they would prefer the professional experience of the doctor.
Yep. 100%.
But you have seen over the years, depending upon your jurisdiction, a lot more doctors that really just follow protocols and don't use professional judgment anymore. I've absolutely seen that occur over the last several years. just because it's becoming so expensive.
Yeah, no, it's the same.
But so that's my opinion. When you have people who are in a profession, as long as you're not obviously outside of what is reasonable, and people can reasonably disagree on what an appropriate tactic is. You see that in the law very frequently, where you sit down and you explain, look, here's the appropriate role. I am the attorney. You are the client. You tell me what you want to see happen at the end of the day. I will give you my professional advice on how to get there.
Yep.
That's the division of labor here. So I'm not going to do exactly what you want, how you want it, if I think that it's going to ultimately be harmful towards the ends of your case.
Yep. Gremlin, I would say yes, but in a very tactful way.
Yeah.
And maybe not as strongly as they could have. But I mean, they made some pretty good points that his memory was not necessarily as accurate. And I think there'll be other witnesses that ruin him more.
Yeah, like we were saying, I think that they're going to ultimately prove that he misrecollects. His testimony is a misrecollection, probably through the therapist's notes. And, they're basically going to end up calling him a liar without having to do it to his face. And that's probably a very tactful way to do it. And by the way, if you want any sort of confirmation that they were effective at neutralizing this witness, the prosecution's rehabilitation
was bad.
They knew that they lost their witness.
Yep.
So that to me was the greatest indicator, was that the prosecution was like, "Oh my God, what do we do?"
We start saying, "It's hard to do this, right? Have you ever done anything like this before?"
And again, sometimes that can be sort of effective.
Yeah.
But they know that let's say the qualitative value of their witness's testimony was seriously brought into question.
Yep.
And that's fair. I mean, it's tough when you're dealing with a kid who was 8 at the time.
Yeah.
And he's all you got.
Yeah. I mean, I think he did way better than most 11-year-olds would do.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you on that. But I also don't know how much coaching was really going on even during his testimony. I mean, it's obvious that the aunt was giving him high sides to say, "I don't know, I don't remember."
Mm-hmm.
So that's not great.
No.
And for nothing.
Somebody picked up on it.
Yeah.
The jury picked up. Somebody in that jury picked up on it.
Well, and I think that they are going to end up swearing her in as a witness at some point. And if I'm the defense, I ask her some questions about that. I think that gets past a relevance objection.
Oh yeah, it does.
So, I think you could question her about.
But do you look awful for doing it?
Do
you look awful for doing it? No.
I don't care going after the aunt. Yeah. I mean, the kid, you have to be a little bit careful, but she's clearly an extremely biased witness. I mean, that goes without saying. And so I think that speaks entirely to her credibility, that she's coaching her nephew during open court.
For sure. And it's just a couple questions in and out, couple questions in and out.
Yeah, that's it. You don't have to hammer her on it. I mean, I wouldn't have a whole lot of questions for her otherwise. She doesn't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
Literally.
No, she doesn't. All right, man.
All right.
Think we should call it?
Yeah, let's grab Gremlin's last couple questions.
Yeah.
We'll call it a day. Would voluntary manslaughter have been a better way to go over murder? What would be the differentiator? I mean, the question is one of intent. That's the only real difference.
He intended to shoot.
Nobody's doubting that he intended to shoot her. The question is, was he justified in doing it or not?
Right.
And that would have been true in either of those two circumstances, regardless of which of those two charges you picked. I mean, I don't think anyone doubts that he intended to shoot her. That's pretty clear. So yeah, it really is just a question of justification, which applies to all homicides.
Yep.
So it really doesn't matter which one you charge.
That's why that was kind of interesting in the Kim Potter case too. It's like, okay, like your argument is that it was an accident, so you're going with like, what are they? They went with involuntary, right?
I think they went with manslaughter. I think they went with just straight up second-degree murder.
Maybe
Didn't they?
No, there's no way she could have got 2 years on second degree.
Sure, you can.
Can you?
Sure.
Maybe. Okay.
I mean, it depends on your jurisdiction. But like in New York, for instance, when it comes to criminal penalties, everything starts for felonies at like a Class D felony is like, I forget the specific numbers, don't quote me, but it's like anywhere between 2 and 5 years. Class C is anywhere between 2 and 10 years.
I got you. Okay.
Class B is between 2 and 25. Class A is between 2 and life. So you can always give 2 years. I mean, presuming that jurisdiction has a similar structuring. But that's at least how they do it in New York.
That's interesting. That's where it gets weird, though. Like, because the question is intent, voluntary manslaughter. I mean, it meant to shoot.
Of course, he meant to shoot. I don't doubt that.
But there's also a point of like, there are circumstances to this.
Well, and I think that's where the question comes in, and this is why some of these crimes are a little bit difficult, particularly like the officer-involved violence situations. And if you got to go, like, don't worry. If I'm
I'm totally fine, dude. Like,
but when you deal with some of these like officer-involved violence situations, you end up in kind of a weird place from a legal perspective because you're talking about subjective and objective reasonableness of fear of death or great bodily harm. However, we have a rule in law that you are not allowed to talk about the golden rule.
Yep.
You know?
I think you and I talked about this one. So like, it's like
you're almost saying put yourself in the shoes of the cop.
Yep.
But you can't actually say that.
Yep. Yeah, you and I talked about that in the Cummings case.
Yeah.
Like,
it's tough. And I really, people do breach that all the time, but you're not supposed to. But at the same time, that's literally what the law is kind of requiring.
I mean, especially from the subjective. You have to argue subjective and objective. Subjective is like put yourself in his shoes.
What else does that mean?
Right.
I mean, most of the times, if the prosecution's going to win, it's going to be on the objective because nobody's going to get up there and say, no, I didn't really think I was in danger.
Right.
So, subjective is almost a throwaway. There are cases, and I'm trying to think of an example where objective succeeds, but subjective does not. I think there was one where the officer, it was one of those like, like the toy guns that have the little orange ring on them?
Yes.
So he lost on both of them because he knew it was not actually a firearm and he fired anyway.
Was that the kid in Ohio?
I don't recall. This is probably 10 or 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So it might not be. It might be. So that one he lost on both. But usually subjective, you're going to be able to pass.
Yeah. Unless it's like subjectively, dude, you shouldn't have been in fear. There's no reason to be in fear for your life.
Well, what's another one?
Well, I guess that's objectively.
It's both. It's hard to lose subjective fear without objective.
Subjective, like you could lose subjective if you had an out of court statement that I wasn't really scared.
And that has happened.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been interrogations where they said, no, I wasn't really in fear for my life. I didn't want to get hurt. Something like that. Those sorts of statements have occurred, and then you lose subjective fear of specifically great bodily harm or death.
Yep.
But usually it's very hard to lose subjective without objective going out the window too.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sometimes you have, I don't know, think about because the self-defense thing applies to not just cops or whatever, but you have like a 6'4", 240-pound bodybuilder versus like, I don't know, 5'3", 100-pound woman.
Yep.
Objectively, if she has a tire iron, you could say that you're objectively in fear of significant bodily harm. But subjectively, depending upon what the statements of the individual are, you could lose that. I mean, I'm struggling to come up with examples, but
Yeah.
I think I'm
But
somewhere
you're
in
right.
that.
It's like subjectively, like if you were the 6'4" guy and shot the 100-pound woman, that could be you could start getting. Well, I guess that's subjectively.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like, yes, as an objective matter, even if you're significantly larger than the other person, let's just flesh out this example a little bit. Objectively, even her coming at me with a tire iron, if she gets me the right way, I could be in serious problems. But at the same time, you could make the argument that somebody in that circumstance could disarm her, whatever.
Mhm.
And if they literally, start bragging about it or whatever, and that has happened where people brag about
I wasn't scared.
seriously harming people,
Mhm.
that quickly destroys subjective fear. Even if objectively, in that circumstance, where I'm 6'4", I'm not quite, a bodybuilder by any stretch, but a woman with a tire iron coming at me can cause me some pretty decent harm.
You're 6'4"?
6'4" and change, yeah.
Wow. It's so funny, like how you don't like when you're on camera, you don't know. Like, hey, Gremlin, thank you for coming by. And yeah, I mean, the whole point of this channel is to answer questions and to educate. And I have to ask John questions sometimes. And we will be covering the whole trial, so please stop by tomorrow too.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be good. And I like answering the question. The whole point to me at the end of the day is trying to teach people. I mean, I think that it's useful for the average citizen to have some idea of their rights and the law and how the system works, because it shouldn't be that sort of mystifying, but it seems like to a lot of folks, it's just stuff that happens behind closed doors and they don't really know. But there is a genuine logic to it. And if you take the time to walk through it, then you have a better idea of how society expects you to comport yourself and you can stay out of trouble.
Yep. I will say, I also do find these trials highly entertaining as well.
Very frequently they are. Sometimes not so much. I mean, this Border Patrol case, that was rough.
But even in that, there's still always twists and turns, right? There's the prosecutor quitting midday.
There's that. That was an interesting turn of events. But part of that to me is it's frustrating because the facts should make the prosecution's case super easy.
Yeah.
And for some reason, they're just dropping the ball on it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't,
not in a way that I can really explain, or it's not in a way that has a nexus to something that I can teach people about. I
don't feel as strongly with you as you and Jeff do that they're like completely dropping the ball. No, the caveat to that is I've had to been in and out on that trial, so I haven't seen as much. But it's just the facts are so straightforward to me. Like,
you have a confession.
Yeah.
He led you to one of the bodies.
Yep.
Physically.
To me, that's it. Like,
so why are we sitting here spending 25 minutes watching random drone footage of highways? Like, what are you doing?
The full confession, dude. Like, did the defense just force them to play the whole confession, like, based on like rule of completeness, or how did that?
That's my understanding. Is basically the defense forced them under rule of completeness to play everything. And there is a tactical reason for that.
Yeah.
The idea, obviously, is that it bores the hell and the jury falls asleep.
But they also see other point. It gives more credibility to the coercion by seeing the whole damn thing.
So, as a matter of law, that doesn't really reach the level of coercion. As a matter of
jury,
a layperson juror, it does start to look a lot more like that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the cops didn't. The police officers were pretty by the book, to be quite honest. Like,
I don't think they did anything wrong. I really don't. But that was a very long time. he did not choose to lawyer up. And that's part of the reason why it's also frustrating from the other side, because I'm screaming at this idiot. It's like, you're a Border Patrol agent. How do you not know how to say the word lawyer for 10 hours?
Yeah.
Like, how? How is that a thing?
Lawyer, man. Like everybody, like even our like most common folks know to say lawyer.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah.
Which, not for nothing, and for everybody who does not already know this, you do actually have to explicitly invoke the Fifth Amendment. You have to actually use the words.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you can kind of get away with it as not being a clear invocation of the right. Same thing with your right to an attorney under the Sixth Amendment.
Yeah, you have to say, I don't. You can just sit there and not answer questions. You can sit there silently.
And they can keep you there as long as they like.
Yep.
You know, I mean, in most states, I think you have 48 hours before you have to actually arraign or indict somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But they can keep you chilling in a cell for 48 hours.
In the cell, yeah. They can't necessarily keep you in the interrogation room. You can keep, if you keep saying, I want to go back to my cell, I want to go back to my cell, at some point they can take you back. But
yeah, that's probably fair, but not necessarily.
No, probably not.
I don't think they necessarily do. I mean, again, they can't starve you to death and they can't deny you water or like bathroom breaks or whatever, right. But anything that's not blatantly Eighth Amendment cruel and unusual punishment, I think they can pretty much have you chill out there for pretty much until you say lawyer.
Yep. Yep, Gremlin, I mean, you just say lawyer right away. Do you
100%.
want to talk to me? No.
Do it. And that is true, particularly when you've done nothing wrong.
Yes.
So, yes. And anytime that they say, if you're honest to me, maybe I can help you out.
That's when you definitely say, help me out with what?
Well, I said this the other, was it this morning? Where, yeah, I think it was earlier today when we were first starting. The second a cop says, hey, you want to come talk to me on the front porch? Nope. The answer is no, I do not. Would you like to get a warrant? Then you may enter my home. Do not do that voluntarily. Like I said, this morning, there were not a ton of people here. Police are like vampires. They can't come into your house unless you invite them.
Yep. I mean, I'm the crazy guy that when I get pulled over, I say, I mean no disrespect, but I don't want to answer any questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do the same thing. Where are you coming from? Officer, with all due respect, my business is my business.
Yep.
You know, do you know how fast you were going? Yes. Yep. That's it. Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. Because no is actually a bad answer.
Yeah, because then
do you know how fast you were going?
Yes.
No, officer. Well, speed and prudence. You already lost. Congratulations. Yep. Do you know how fast you're going? Yes. That's it. I don't want to answer any further questions. I'm sorry. It is what it is.
Yep. And if you're in a self-defense situation, I would say, in Broncos, I get this from Broncos. He says you can say it was self-defense. I want my lawyer.
Yeah, that's fair. Somebody once told me that if you're ever want to take a swing at somebody and you're in like a bar or whatever, do something like this. Because it looks on the camera like they spit at you, and at that point, you're a bit assaulted.
I had an officer.
That's not actual legal advice. Don't anybody actually.
Yeah, don't do that. I have some others that definitely is not legal advice, but I had a neighbor that was a police officer that legitimately advocated for it. If someone outside your house, just drag them in the house. They're gonna see them like don't,
right.
Man.
No, Gremlin, you do turn over your license, registration, and proof of insurance.
Yep.
And the smartest way to do that, I mean, the license you keep in your wallet, but have a Ziploc bag with proof of insurance and registration, hand them your license in the Ziploc bag, and say nothing else.
Yeah. The problem is all these insurance companies want it to be on your phone now.
Yeah, I'm never turning my phone over.
I hate that. Like they ask, like.
Yeah, they act like it's convenient for you. They just don't want to save.
You're
on
like,
people.
yeah, I'm handing the cop my phone now.
Yeah,
'Cause
I'm
that's
not.
the only
not
time you have to
doing
show
that.
your insurance.
Yeah, print out if your insurance company only puts it electronically, print out a copy.
Yeah, Gremlin, I'm not advocating like soft sit.
No, and not,
Like,
nor am I.
in a lot of ways, the soft sits, the times that they are right is when they're talking about being pulled over. But still, like I said, I tell the police officer, I mean no disrespect. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not trying like that, and I will answer the questions that like I legally have to. But
Well, and
It's-
part of it is like where the soft sits get into trouble is anybody who ever says I know my rights, as a rule, does not.
yeah,
So the second you say traveling, I know my rights, or any of these soft sit buzzwords,
Mhm.
you're putting the cop on edge, and you're gonna have a bad day. You know.
Well, so Gremlin's talking about the no ID, and I was just going to say, I mean, sometimes they're absolutely right when they say I don't have to identify myself, but it doesn't really help them.
Well, if it's a traffic stop, you absolutely have to be.
Yeah, right. But I'm thinking more of those the independent journalists. That
Yeah,
go
like
out and film
the
police
First Amendment
stations.
auditors.
Yeah, the First Amendment auditors. Yeah.
Well, some of them I have more respect for than others. There's this guy at Long Island Audit. I love his stuff.
I like him
because he's very chill and he knows what he's talking about, and he's not an asshole.
Yep.
Generally.
And he goes to places where he absolutely knows he doesn't have to identify himself.
Right. No, he just did one. I guess I was watching maybe yesterday where he went to the Hempstead Town Hall back over by my hometown in New York, and they want to scan your driver's license to get a visitor's pass. And I'm like, that's insane to go to your own town hall.
Yeah.
Oh God, that one's awful too.
I've never heard him say that.
Oh,
I mean, I know exactly what you're talking about when you say it, but I've never heard.
I've seen them tell the cops, "I'm charging you $300 an hour for every minute that you have me stopped here." It's like,
No,
let's see how that goes for you.
Yeah, send me the bill.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah. So,
I mean, but
I hate that stupid stuff. Like
the soft sits bother me, just because it's like with Daryl Brooks. He did not come up with that crap by himself. It was some jailhouse lawyer that taught him about this because he wasn't even particularly good at articulating it.
Yeah, I heard everyone saying that, but I don't know how often he gets to talk to other inmates.
Plenty.
He's in solitary.
Now he is.
He was in protective custody the whole time, though, wasn't he?
Sure, he was in protective custody the whole time. So what?
So
you could still get mail.
True, but talking to other inmates is not as easy.
I don't know if he was in protective custody prior to the indictment. I'm not sure. Don't quote me.
I have to look into that. Yeah, I don't know.
But I'm not certain if he was in protective custody prior to the indictment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because and you kind of know because he didn't try to pull any soft sit stuff in his initial interrogation.
Correct. That's why somebody educated him on that subject.
Yeah.
That's the only conclusion I can draw.
Yeah. Or he educated himself on some website.
Did he give him internet access?
Well, when he became his own lawyer, he definitely did. He had Westlaw.
They give him Westlaw for free?
When he became his own lawyer.
God, I gotta go kill somebody. You know what that shit cost?
No. Dude, she was doing absolutely everything she could to make sure that it get sent back on appeal. Like, give him a tablet with Westlaw on it.
Wow. Yeah, do you know what that costs? It's not cheap.
We have looked into it.
Yeah, do you know? So
it's like $1,200,
right? For a base subscription, yeah. Somewhere in that ballpark. A month.
Yeah.
Not cheap. I know practicing lawyers that have friends that are in law school, and there's a little bit of crossover, which again I don't recommend. That is theft of the license. But
wait, say that one more time.
Oh, where people who are practicing and have friends in law school, because you get a for free through the law school.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll
Yes,
use
'cause
their
I thought you were
lawyers
saying you had to be a lawyer to
research.
buy it, and I'm like, I didn't see anything that said you had to be
I
a
have
lawyer.
never done that, but I am familiar with people who do.
Yeah,
Don't do that. That is theft of the license.
it is. Yeah, that's exactly their issue. Like, they cite more constitutional.
Don't even call it law.
They cite their rights. They cite their rights all the time.
I am a
Yeah,
free
yeah.
citizen on the land, traveling in my private conveyance. Oh,
But the First Amendment absolutely applies to me.
obviously, 100%. Well, to some extent, they're not actually technically, and I hate to say this, 100% wrong, because you do not have to be a citizen for the Constitution to apply to you within the within the 50 states and
Right.
the incorporated territories.
Right.
So there is that. So they're not necessarily 100% wrong. They are, but
They are. But with gremlins, there's that contradiction.
There's a colorable argument.
There's that contradiction of this, and this absolutely does not apply to me. This, and this absolutely applies to me. Like,
yeah. Your laws don't apply except for the ones that help me.
Yeah.
And by the way, not for nothing, the unincorporated territories, the Constitution does not apply. So, looking at you, Puerto Rico.
Does it not?
Nope. They do it as, I think Puerto Rico is unincorporated.
It does apply on Indian nations, though, right?
That is a separate sovereigns question, which is very interesting. And let's see, my meeting is at 3, so I have time if you're interested.
Sure, why not?
To start with the unincorporated territories, only certain sections of the Constitution apply based upon congressional statute.
Okay.
Not by virtue of the Constitution itself. And so in theory, Congress could take those away if they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So for instance, like Puerto Rico, there are portions of the Constitution that do absolutely apply, but it's by Congress's choice, not.
But it's a separate law that says that
Yes.
this constitutional
that this provision applies to this territory. Only the incorporated territories, which a fun one is the Palmyra Atoll, which is utterly uninhabited, but the Constitution applies because it's technically an incorporated territory. So if you go have a kid there, they're a citizen.
Interesting.
Nobody lives there, but
I wouldn't recommend having a kid there, though.
Probably not. Any event. All right. So what was it that I was going to talk about? Oh, the separate sovereigns question.
Yeah, tribal nations.
So if you commit a crime on tribal territory, there are 3 different governments that can prosecute you.
Okay.
And there's no double jeopardy. They can all prosecute you independently.
Fed, state, and tribe?
Yep. So you can, in theory, be prosecuted 3 times for the same offense, depending upon where you commit it. And this is the concept called separate sovereigns. And the whole idea is that double jeopardy, you're not technically being tried for the same crime twice because each sovereign has the ability to enforce their specific laws.
That's why you can get charged with federal crimes and state crimes that are from the same incident.
Exactly the same. You just add tribal courts as well to the mix, and so now it's 3.
But do your constitutional rights hold
on tribal land?
On tribal land?
Yes.
Okay.
Although I don't think tribal courts technically need to apply the Constitution. I think that would depend on each tribe's treaty per se.
Interesting.
Don't quote me 100%. I am not Indian tribal law is its own very complicated niche of legal practice.
Yeah.
Sort of like maritime law, which is actually a thing. And the people who are in that field make quite a lot of money because it is so specialized. So
yeah, it
really does depend. And there's been a lot of interesting Supreme Court cases fairly recently. I mean, for instance, what is it? I think Oklahoma basically ceased to be a state in a lot of ways because they ended up. I think there's less Oklahoma in Oklahoma than there is tribal land at this point.
Probably. That would make sense.
I think it's Oklahoma, if I'm not mistaken, but I forget the name of that Supreme Court case. But it's relatively recent, in the last maybe 2 years or so, that they almost wrote Oklahoma out of existence.
Really?
Yeah, they basically said that unless the tribe lets Oklahoma enforce their law on their land, then Oklahoma can't, and it's just the tribe that has jurisdiction.
Okay.
So that is a vast oversimplification. But
so you couldn't have a state trooper on?
Not without permission.
Interesting.
Explicit permission. But I think that was a quirk in that specific treaty with that tribe. I don't know if that necessarily applies more generally, but yeah, that was an interesting Supreme Court case. That the name escapes me, but that was relatively recent. So they're still trying to work all of that out. I mean, look, as a practical matter, there are states, particularly as you go west, there are states where there's more federal land than there is state.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in Arizona. There's a lot of. I was just trying to. When you said like square footage wise in Oklahoma, I'm like, Arizona. I bet you like it's pretty close square footage wise.
Arizona. Let me look that one up. That's actually a perfect example. Let me see. I'll share the map. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, there's a map that just breaks it down.
There's one that I have seen.
The whole northeastern portion of Arizona is.
So Arizona is 48% federal land.
Okay, so pretty close.
Yeah. Nevada's even worse. 85%.
When you say 48% federal, does that include tribal lands too?
I believe it does.
Okay.
If it doesn't, that's even worse. But I take at least what I'm looking at probably has to, because Nevada is 85% federal land, and I know that a large chunk of that is tribal.
Yep.
So yeah, 85% of Nevada is not Nevada.
It's crazy.
It is. It is absolutely crazy, and that's just the way it is. I mean, the way that it used to work was and again, the more west you go, the more it's all federal. Because back at the founding era, the feds had a bunch of lands while they were manifest destinying.
Yep.
Louisiana purchasing, but they would hand it over to people for free, basically, to go settle there. And then as we got to the west, they were like, maybe we should keep this.
I just had to add one more to your Zion, just for our Arizona folks.
But yeah, it is interesting. They eventually, at some point, the Bureau of Land Management stopped giving away land anymore. And so, yes, there are many states that are less state than they are federal.
That's crazy.
So that is one of the quirks of our interesting society.
Yeah, so that's kind of fun. I probably a couple months ago got pulled over for speeding twice on one trip home, but one was on state land, and one was on federal, so by a national park ranger. So it was two totally, completely separate from each other, like not in the same system.
Oh my god, that's awful. That's the point where you just write the check and call it a day.
Well, federal, like, that's pretty much the only option they gave you was write the check.
Well, with federal, is appearance required?
No, I didn't have to appear.
Okay.
And it was cheap. It's like $130, and it just all went away.
Well, that's not so bad. Yeah, I had this was a few years ago, in New York, where there was like an obscured stop sign.
Mm-hmm.
And so, admittedly, I blew the stop sign, but the cop comes up behind me. I didn't know that I did because it was obscured.
Mm-hmm.
And I sped up to try and get out of his way because I thought, lights and sirens. I didn't think he was coming for me.
Yeah.
And so eventually I speed up to try and make a turn so I can get out of the lane for him.
Mm-hmm.
And so he decides to hit me with the stop sign and speed imprudent for speeding
Oh,
up.
what a jerk!
Yep.
Like when you that's where I would answer his question. Be like, dude, I was trying to get out of your way.
I did. I was like, I did not realize that you were going for me. I was trying to get out of your way.
I was being the good citizen. I was being the good citizen that gets out of your guys' way when you need it.
Yeah, he hit me with both of those, and they're both 2-point violations. And if you're over 3 points, then for the next 3 years they charge you like $150.
Oh, that sucks.
I have heard that, Gremlin. I don't know specifically, but I have heard something like that. But yeah, so I ended up paying like $600 to get them both knocked down to jaywalking violations, just to avoid the points.
Yeah, that's the cool thing. Federal doesn't have any points.
Yeah, there's that. There's actually an interesting law. So different states have private compacts on which ones recognize each other's point violations. Yep. But there's an interesting law that I was reading about, and I don't remember the specifics, but where I think Congress is trying to federalize that all states have to recognize each other's point systems.
Jerks.
Yeah, I know. Oh, well.
I mean, clearly by the fact that I got pulled over twice on one trip home from Lake Powell shows you that speeding. I speed from time to time.
Everybody has at one point or another. Georgia's really bad because they have a super speeder law where if you're clocked in, I think it's 15 over the limit, then right off the bat, $1,000 you just have to write, even if you're acquitted.
Dang.
Yeah, they're kind of rough. And it's interesting because right on the Georgia-Florida border, Florida, the state speed limit is 70. Georgia, it is 65. So if you do an average of, say, 10 over the speed limit, which is not uncommon, and you're probably not going to get pulled over, the second you cross into Georgia, they hit you.
You're getting 80 and a 65.
Yeah. Which is not great.
Yeah, Montana's the opposite.
Yeah.
Anything under 100 miles an hour is a ticket for the waste of finite resources. $15.
That is hilarious. Okay, I've never heard that one. That is an interesting one. But yeah, the other one where they do that is Pennsylvania into Maryland. I forget if it's the Veterans Memorial Bridge, but it's whatever bridge covers the water gap. Because the bridge is kind of steep and the speed limit drops, naturally your car picks up a little bit of speed, and so the Georgia cops just sit there waiting for you.
The Georgia cops just sit there. That's just so messed up, man.
Yeah. Which, fun times.
Yeah.
But it's all about revenue at the end of the day. They don't care as long as you just pay them.
When I just got pulled over, one of the cops was pissed at me, dude. Like, he cared. Like, he was like, "You're dangerous, man." I'm sorry. Like,
how high over were you? You don't have to answer that.
he had a right to yell at me.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I mean, most of I have very rarely gotten pulled over, but yeah, I've gotten breaks before too, so it evens out at the end of the day. I have an uncle who he got hit with a cell phone ticket, and so he goes to court, and the judge is like, so were you on your cell phone? He's like, yes, it wasn't like a ham sandwich. I was holding something to my ear, and the judge laughed so hard he ended up dismissing it.
That's awesome.
Like, all right, that's cool.
Do you ever watch the guy I think it's called Cotton Providence?
Yes, fantastic.
That judge is so
YouTube
cool.
channel. Absolutely check it out.
Yeah.
Cotton Providence is awesome. He is the coolest.
I think he has a real TV show now.
I thought he had I think that they ran a TV show for a while. I don't know if it's still on. but absolutely fantastic.
He's fantastic. He's
Such
so
a cool
nice.
dude.
He's so cool. And
Yeah.
nobody walks out. If you go to court, you're not getting the full ticket. Like,
No, he lets almost everybody just go.
yep.
He's like, the common one that you see is it's like, well, we can either give you a $60 ticket or you can keep the $60 and take your kid out for breakfast.
Yep.
I'm like, all right, you're cool.
I love the ones where he's like, oh, it's that spot? The city needs to fix that spot. Dismissed.
The dude literally knows the map of Providence, Rhode Island perfectly.
Yep.
The other ones that I get are that I see a lot are like the overnight parking from people who don't live in Providence.
Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, in Tampa, overnight parking is free. The meters stop running in most places.
Yeah, that's same in Arizona. Like,
10 o'clock.
it's like we have like 8 to 5 meters, and then you can park there wherever you want.
So the fact that you can't park anywhere overnight in Providence, I wouldn't necessarily know that.
Yeah.
So I like that he cuts some breaks on that. And the other times it's fun with him is when he has his son represent the litigant because his son's an attorney.
Yeah, because his son's a lawyer.
Yeah.
Sometimes it comes in for the day. Inspector Quinn is awesome too.
Oh, Inspector Quinn's great. He's the kind of person that I would want to see as a prosecutor. Like he's got a good sense of humor. I think he's fair.
Yeah, and then every now and then though he's like, "Yeah, we're not letting this one go."
Well, and in fairness, those are I tend to agree with him on those.
He's like, "Yeah, Judge, I know you want to let this one go,
but
I'm gonna make argument. There's gonna be a record now. Like I don't this one. We're not letting this one go."
Gremlin King. At least most places do not determine ticket price based on car value, like most of Europe. I thought ticket prices in Europe, generally speaking, were based upon your income, not necessarily your car value. But I could be mistaken about that. I do know that they do something.
They have mixed feelings on that.
I do know something about how they kind of like peg fines in many European countries to your income level. Which is an interesting theory. I don't love it.
I kind of don't hate it.
I don't necessarily hate it.
So I'm looking at so my mind immediately went to bail. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's bail, I don't think bail should be based on your income, right? To an extent. Crime, but if $100 is gonna, or $10,000 is gonna be a huge burden on you, and then 10,000 in a white collar criminal or something, $10,000 is nothing to pay to get out. It feels like it could be different.
I see the
I can
point.
see that with the ticket.
I don't love it for.
I don't like it. It's socialism. It's socialism. I don't like it.
Yeah, the problem that I have with it at the end of the day is there is kind of like an equal protection problem there.
There's a big equal protection problem there.
Because if two people commit the same crime, why should one be let out for less because they're poor?
Man.
I think it just runs into the equal protection issue.
It goes completely against my philosophy in life, but it also kind of sounds okay. I don't know.
And by the way, like not for nothing, like let's say this is somebody who is relatively indigent. So you're going to have them post less money. I feel like an indigent person, it's easier for them to disappear.
It is easier for them to disappear.
I mean,
but it also sucks that they're stuck in jail.
Well, I mean, they are allowed. Like the judges are allowed within guidelines based upon the offense to give more or less.
Yeah, I mean they have PR bonds, like.
Yeah, and in a lot of circumstances, look, most of the time, if you get hit with a $10,000 bond, if you go to a bail bondsman, you're only giving $1,000. I mean, it's usually 10%.
Yep.
So, you see these sort of like ridiculous amounts in bond, but you're only paying 10% of it. at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I don't know, something about bail bonding is a little parasitic to me as well.
It is. Well, and I don't like the fact that you're paying that money though. You're not getting that money back, even if you show up.
But in fairness, I mean,
they have to make money.
That is a risk premium to the people posting it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's sort of like even if you're acquitted, there are jurisdictions where they still charge you court costs, which is a little weird to me. I mean, hell, there are jurisdictions where you qualify for a public defender and you win your case and you still have to pay the public defender. You're entitled to an attorney, not a free one. Not every state is at no expense.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought they were all at no expense.
Yeah, there are states where it's not at no expense to you. They will give you a lawyer, and
you can pay him back over the next 30 years.
Yeah, basically.
That sucks.
There are states like that. Which ones? Let me look that up. Yeah, Florida's one. Just for applying for a public defender, you have to pay $50. I'm not.
In cash, or what if you don't have $50?
Well, then
you don't get an attorney.
They'll put you on a payment plan.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought.
I mean, there are some states where if you lose, you end up having to pay the prosecutor's expenses.
Yeah. I mean, when you lose, they throw court fees at you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do. I mean, even if you win, they throw the court fees at you in a lot of places.
I didn't know that. That's not right.
Well, that is the joy, is not?
Especially I think prosecutors should have to pay fines if they lose.
Wow.
It would help a lot of, especially in the self-defense cases.
That would be interesting. I mean, I don't think that would ever happen, but it's an interesting concept.
I don't know why I keep stealing Bronco ideas, but that's another Bronco idea.
What, that the state has to have some skin in the game if they prosecute and lose?
Especially on self-defense cases.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
It's tough.
I mean, it's like people have made the argument that in civil suits, the prevailing party should have to pay expenses of the other side. Or excuse me, should have to have their expenses covered to a certain extent.
There are some places like that, right?
Yeah, there are. I mean, Florida is one of them. It usually depends upon the type of case.
Mm-hmm. I think Virginia's like that. I think Heard
New York has a fee shifting statute too.
I think Amber Heard had to pay Depp's legal fees.
I believe she did. Although, granted,
except she won one.
She absconded, so that might be challenging. Yeah. Well, part of the question becomes under the fee shifting statutes, who counts as the prevailing party? Because if he got 15, which statutory got knocked down, and she got 2, did he really prevail?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be hard to argue that if she won a count.
I mean, do you argue that the person that gets more is the one that
not a count
prevailed? Yeah. I mean, that is part of the question, and the Supreme Court has actually covered this on multiple occasions, where what actually qualifies as being the prevailing party for fee shifting purposes, because there are a lot of federal fee shifting statutes as well for different things.
Yeah.
So, and another question that you often see is what is considered reasonable attorney's fees. I mean,
that gets really weird.
I mean, in New York, there were cases that we did where the clerk of court would literally just knock down the attorney's fees from what were actual to what they think is reasonable.
I think that's a reasonable thing to do, actually.
No, I think that's fair. I mean, if there's some sort of, but what always kind of frustrated me was it was very difficult to get a clear schedule from how they determine those numbers.
Yeah.
I literally foiled those at one point because I was getting frustrated with how much they were kicking it down. And
Did
a
you get
lot,
an
of,
answer?
a lot of counties told me that they were not going to turn that over, which I didn't press it any further because at some point it's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Let's see.
To me, that should be it should be transparent.
I would think so.
Like they're making a determination in the case. Like,
well, that was one of the, and it's not even a judge that's doing it; it's the county
clerk
clerk's office. Yeah. So it totally not transparent. But I don't know. Foils are interesting in New York because there are a lot of ways that they can give you a runaround. When I was in law school, one of the things that you have to do when you form an LLC in New York is you have to publish in one daily and one weekly newspaper for like 4 weeks. And the court determines which one, or the clerk's office determines which ones you have to publish in, and they charge a fortune. And so I was trying to push for a legislative change to get rid of that provision and just foiling how the clerks determined which newspapers to force.
And the publication's the one charging the fortune?
Huh? Yeah.
The publication's the one being like, oh, you have an LLC thing. Those are $6,000.
Oh, you want to up 600? No, let's talk more like 4,000 to 8,000.
Yeah, I said $6,000. That's crazy.
Yeah, $6,000 is probably about right, but it depends also on which county you file in.
That's way more than it costs to create an LLC in
most places. Yeah. And that's just the publication fee. That doesn't even include the filing fee with the Secretary of State. So that was part of my clinic work when I was in law school, was trying to get Albany to change that. And strangely enough, it is very difficult to win a political battle against somebody that buys ink by the barrel.
Yeah.
So that one, it unfortunately did not go anywhere.
They have some.
Strangely enough, hometown newspapers, for all that they're really struggling, are very good at lobbying.
They still have some deep pockets for that lobbying. That's funny.
All right, well, we're at like 4 hours. Yep. You wanna call it? I'm gonna have to go prep for my meeting.
Yep. Thanks so much for joining, man.
Yeah, my absolute pleasure.
You're always welcome. Never obligated, but always very welcome.
Fire me the links, and I will drop by as best I can.
Sounds good, man.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Bye, all.